All right, and we're live. So today we're gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, also known as The Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. A mouthful as always. So, yesterday we did see quite a few new developments. We started off shortly before we left for Toyama to investigate the connection between the Hitogata settlement and the clay dolls. But before that happened, we had like a couple of more developments in Tokyo that we didn't, that I actually didn't expect to see. There was more than I thought originally. So first of all, we did have that Christmas party on the 24th, as we originally had planned in the session before yesterday. And, a bunch of stuff happened. Yukiko came over and Kohane and, yeah, Sato as well, by the way. And they were hanging out a little bit. And one of them even got drunk. Sato, that is. The two adults, of course, as well, Masaki and Reiji. But after a while, they just kind of pieced out because they felt like didn't fit in the whole celebration there of the schoolgirls. And yeah, as such, they kind of just, it just kind of took its course that way. But, as I said, Sato got drunk and she ended up falling asleep on Reiji's lap. And yeah, so that was the Christmas party. Afterwards, there were a couple more developments, the girls were hanging out outside of the regular school uh, hours, I suppose. They were going on holidays and all that. And during that time, Yukiko was she was begged by her mother again to ask them to come to the nursery and help her out because they were short staffed. And yeah, it took a lot of effort for her to get there, but she eventually did, with a lot of encouragement from Yukari, get herself to ask the question. And yeah, so they agreed, of course. There was no need for her to ever worry about it. But yeah, so we're seeing Yukiko definitely growing while hanging out with her friends. And then they had another sleepover while Reiji was already gone with Masaki. And yeah, they were just kind of like, they were taking a bath together and they were talking about who they are crushing on. And during that conversation, Yukiko dropped like a little bit of information about the fact that she had a friend who was very close to her in the previous school, and that she just passed away one day. But we still don't really know a lot more about the situation, so it's just something that happened, but we don't still don't have the details. But she did bring it up herself, so that's, I guess, uh, progress on her front. But she still doesn't seem to remember her past very well because Kohane also mentioned that one more time. And yeah, she didn't remember anything. But yeah, be that as it may, that was really just the side stuff yesterday. The meat and bones happened in Hitogata Village. Yeah, so in Hitogata Village, Masaki was like almost discovered instantly. So his disguise, I suppose, did not last very long. So they went to Futami Inn, and in Futami Inn, he kind of snuck into his room behind Reiji, and but the proprietress was already very suspicious. She gave him weird looks, and then Yu came into the room as well and was asked questions by Reiji, and I think she already noticed that. And as a consequence of that, when Reiji left on the next morning to do some investigating in the village, yeah, in the meantime, yeah, the grandmother from the Hinagami family showed up at the inn, and apparently, the proprietors of the inn just kind of gave it away to her. So he was taken back to his family home, and they're very eager to get him to take over the family because apparently the grandfather is now also in poor health and about to pass away. And yeah, they are still looking for marriage candidates for Masaki. And it turns out that we got another piece of information about that actually. Nurse Kamizono was actually apparently also a marriage candidate for Ayato. That is interesting because that would make two of the victims in the serial murder so far marriage candidates for Ayato. And if that wasn't already enough, we did have like a big confrontation with Kensei of the Shigusa Shrine. So Ayato went up there and he was like, "Yeah, what actually happened with Saya? You know, because Saya, she was murdered by Ayato, but everyone that came from the village actually portrayed it like, and that was never the case. The actual story that went around in the village was, yeah, she died of a heart failure or something like that. So he went there and he was actually clarified that no, I killed her. And Kensei was like, "Oh well, this is the story we're gonna go with essentially." And no big deal. Just confessed to his murder and nothing happened. And in the meantime, Reiji had some discussions with the police inspector Inui, who was also there at the same time. They exchanged some information, and yeah, unfortunately, Reiji didn't really get all that much out of the villagers because, of course, tight-lipped as usual. And yeah, you see, that's pretty much the gist of it, I guess. But if that wasn't so he didn't get very far with his investigations, but another murder happened just like briefly before he was about to leave. And this time the victim was Yuka, the maid of the Hinagami family. So yeah, they went to she for some reason in the middle of the night went to Shigusa Shrine, and someone just and she went to actually the wayside shrine, not the main shrine, but the little one where we also already saw like a murder happen in one of the flashbacks. We don't know why that happened, why she went there, but the person responsible drugged her there for the murder, and she was then, killed in the usual manner. Abdomen was cut open, they put in a clay doll, suited shot, and she was suspended at the shrine archway again to the shrine. The same location where Satsuki had also already been hung up. So, it's but the interesting part this time was because it was so cold out, the murderer got sloppy and they didn't really sew the abdomen shot properly. And as a result of that, the clay doll fell out. So we investigated the scene, and then all of a sudden, when we were done, we noticed like, hey, there's no clay doll. And so we talked to Inui again, and he said, wait, it should be over there. And then yeah, someone had stolen the evidence, and we talked to Takayama, who was guarding the scene of the crime, and he was like, hey, oh, Mariko from the Hinagamis was passing through here earlier. So we ran up to the shrine, and we just basically caught her red-handed because she was getting rid of it, and she had like dirt on her fingers from the clay. And she didn't really admit to it, but it was all but clear that she did do it. So, yeah, now we're gonna go back to the Hinagami residence where she has headed afterwards. Apparently the police inspector was thinking there is no risk that she's gonna run away. So, yeah, and that's basically where we left off yesterday. Sadly, that last part was more or less, most people missed that because my internet cut out yesterday at the very end. And there's a chance that it happens again today, but let's not hope for the worst, I guess. But just if I just cut out all of a sudden, that's probably the reason why. Okay. Long story short, let's get to the back to the story, I'd say. Right. So this is it. Reiji and Inui are at the Hinagami estate. So let's see what happens. We arrived at the Hinagami estate. The woman who'd been there until yesterday was gone. Pardon me. Inui entered the estate first. Karen Hinagami was in the living room when we stepped inside. Do you need something? Is your grandmother home? Yeah, she's with my grandfather in his room. Take me to her. Right this way. Karen got up and led Inui further in. Not sure I'm gonna get a better chance than this. I looked around the living room now that I'd been left unsupervised. However, I couldn't find that family altar Masaki had mentioned. What are you doing, Mr. Tokisaka? Masaki entered the living room while I was searching the house. You aren't trying to rob the family, are you? Oh hey, perfect timing. Where's the family altar? I immediately determined it'd be quicker to ask him. Well, it's in the double-door closet near the head of the table. But why? Hold on, don't tell me you're trying to get a look at Lord Hina. Oh, you bet I am, and that's not all. I didn't have much time. As such, I quickly approached the closet and opened it. An altar modeled off a miniature shrine, a bit too big for a family altar, honestly, rested within it. Past its lattice door was a box resembling a cabinet. It's in here, right? I think so. Masaki gulped. I opened the altar doors, then proceeded to open the box. A dark lump lay within. So this is our Lord Hina? Got a camera, Masaki? I'm sorry, but no. I had some film on me, but it wouldn't exactly be much help on its own. So unfortunately, the most I could do was etch his appearance into my memories. Study it carefully, you hear? Okay. I should probably ask him to try drawing it from memory later. With that settled, I reached out and touched what appeared to be the Lord Hina's leg. Oh, a piece of it broke off. Well, good going, Reiji. Really didn't think that through. Mr. Tokisaka. Relax, there's no need to panic. I said at the absolute perfect time to panic and collected the broken dirt. Well, afterward I removed all the smokes from my cigarette carton before dumping the dirt into it. Once finished, I closed all the doors and acted like nothing had happened when Karen and Inui finally returned. I'd like to have a word with you, boy. About what? Shit. I'd been so focused on finding this Lord Hina that I'd totally forgotten to warn Masaki. All I could do was hope he didn't say anything stupid. I've already asked you about today's events, so let me ask you about your disappearance instead, if you would. For starters, why did you run away from home? Because I was sick and tired of everything. Masaki gave a fairly safe answer. Sick and tired of what, pray tell? A family issue, perhaps? I suppose you could say that. I ran away so I wouldn't have to take over the family. I had to. I held my hand out to stop Karen before she could interrupt. I couldn't afford to have her complicating matters. Praying Masaki would get through this without incident was about all I could do. Why exactly would you find that a problem? Hinagami Pharmaceuticals is a lucrative enterprise, and the CEO's chair has your name on it. It just didn't sound appealing to me. Was that really all there was to it? Are you sure there were no other reasons? Perhaps family traditions that didn't sit well with you or something? And there it was. I left for the battlefield when I was still young, so I wasn't informed of any family customs or the like. Fair enough. It seemed he'd successfully navigated that minefield. Still, it was far too early to celebrate. Then there must have been some other reason. Did it have anything to do with Saya Shigusa's death? Of course not. I wasn't even aware she died until long after I'd run away. Not only did he lie, but he also ran his mouth a little too much. An experienced police inspector would notice and follow right up on that. When did you find out? And just as I'd feared, Inui caught Masaki by the tail. Just last week, when I met with Sawashiro in Tokyo. It seemed he'd remembered talking to Nanako about it, fortunately. However, now Inui was making him nervous. Say that. Mr. Tokisaka told me something quite fascinating, actually. Wait just a minute. I cut in when my name was brought up. I don't believe I told you anything about his past. I do understand that shaking someone up is an effective interrogation tactic, but... You do? Then you should keep your mouth shut. Inui kept his eyes trained on Masaki's face the whole time we spoke. He'd probably seen all the anxiety and relief that had flashed by on his prey's face from start to finish. And again, it has nothing to do with this incident, I suppose. Inui looked away from Masaki. Sheesh, this guy's shrewd. I can't even get a read on him. Ayato. Karen nestled up to Masaki. Did Mariku Hinagami say anything? I turned to Inui. Nothing new, no. She still insists no curse happened. Maybe she's just denying she had a role in it? That's part of it, yes, but I can tell she's hiding something else. Do you have any ideas on what? Either the culprit or something else entirely. This can't be a coincidence since similar homicides have transpired in Tokyo. That much was certain, yes. I glanced at Masaki out of the corner of my eye. Something had to be done about him first. I decided to send this guy back to Tokyo ahead of me. I want to get the sample we found analyzed ASAP by the MPDC. I pointed to Masaki. Huh? You want me to do it? Yeah, just give it to Superintendent Yaginuma. I made especially sure to emphasize Yaginuma's rank. Alright there, that's not happening. Not on my watch. Yeah, it figured he wouldn't let that stand. Why do you suspect him of something? His family maid was killed the second he returned home. Considering how many murders he's already connected to, there are more than enough reasons to suspect him, so I can't allow him to go back to... Then we send the cop with him, so we don't have to worry about him heading for the hills. I'll contact the MPD and have them take him into custody once he arrives in Ueno. Personally, I didn't think we needed to go that far, but I had to placate Inui. Besides, I didn't have to keep an eye on Masaki anymore at this point, though that didn't change the fact that he was still quite clearly at the very heart of this case. If you're going to be sending him back to Tokyo, would you allow me to accompany him? Karin suddenly broke her silence. No, wait. I don't see why not. We already know who she is, and I doubt she would go on the run when considering her standing. I held up a hand to Inui and explained my justification. We know the Hinagamis are most likely connected to the case, so why don't we settle for simply taking their fingerprints for the time being and have them make themselves useful. But we don't have any fingerprint kits on us. I'm sure the forensics boys who are on their way over will. We could just ask them, don't you think? Not to mention that they could escort the siblings to the train station at the foot of the mountain. It would be perfect. You have quite the silver tongue, don't you? That's what got me kicked off the force. The actual reason was far different, though. Your boss has kept a close eye on you, I take it. Sure, let's go with that. Let's not get off topic here. Besides, sending him back is actually part of my plan. I whispered so the siblings couldn't hear me, then beckoned the Inuit over to a corner of the room. What plan? If a murder happens after he returns to Tokyo, that'll prove his innocence. You think there'll be another death? I could hear some accusation in his voice. Of course not. It'll keep the other suspects in check too. After all, I doubt a murder would happen without him around. Otherwise, the killer wouldn't be able to frame him. Surely he's not your only suspect, is he? He turned away and approached the twins. We will be taking your fingerprints once the forensic officers arrive this evening. Then you will take a train from Toyama Station with one of our investigators. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Understand. They both nodded. Though honestly, Masaki seemed a little bewildered. Investigators from Toyama arrived by car around sunset. The police station was far too small, so they used the town hall branch office as their temporary HQ. God damn it, the place is crawling with outsiders. I mean, yeah, you just had a friggin' murder, hello? There isn't much you can do about that, what with a murder on our hands and all. I was outside smoking a cigarette with Saizo Kuki. We just closed up for your year yesterday, so I guess it's fine. Better than having him wandering around those streets. Gee, you think you could be any less subtle with that sarcasm, buddy? Masaki emerged from the branch office just then. All done? More or less. They treated me like I was guilty from start to finish. Masaki wiped his fingertips. I doubt taking our fingerprints is going to help. Simply the achievement of getting prints of a suspect is important. It's better when you feel like you got some work done, you know? Oh, it was merely a means to pacify the cops. I suppose you make a good point. Anyway, guard this with your life. I took a small box out of my coat and gave it to Masaki after Saizo stepped inside. Is this that dirt? Two separate kinds of dirt to be exact. There's a note inside with more details. But don't let anyone else touch it until you get it back to Yaginuma. Hide it in your dirty laundry if you must. Okay. Oh, and take this too. I handed Masaki the camera film Yuzuru Kuroya gave me. What's this? Chizuru Kuchiki needs this back. I'll arrange a meeting between you two at Kuchiki Hospital or something. Why me? Well, you met her while she stayed here, didn't you? That was a really long time ago. Besides, we barely even talked, if ever. Kuchiki Hospital took good care of you, so you need to go thank them anyway. If you say so. Masaki reluctantly placed the items in his bag. That was everything I had for him. Am I forgetting anything? Alright, I hear your grandfather isn't doing too well. He's been bedridden for years, yes. Apparently he doesn't have much longer to live. Was hoping to ask him some questions, but that could prove tricky, huh? Definitely not so long as my grandmother can help it anyway. So in other words, I've got to get him while Mariko Hinagami's away, huh? Oh no, I know that look. You're planning another reckless stunt, aren't you? Reckless? Not at all. Save for the part where I could be charged with trespassing if I screwed up anyway. Hold on, I just remembered. I'd like you to check something for me. What is it? You remember what I told you, right? About how I took Satsuki's limbs with me when I ran away, I mean? Yeah, you said you buried them, didn't you? Yes, next to a charcoal making hut on the edge of Hidari Hina. Do you want me to dig them up? Don't know if I really buried them. The basement under the storehouse was gone. So I just want proof I didn't hallucinate the whole thing. Not sure I'll find a moment to look without someone watching me, but I'll keep that in mind. Karin Hinagami exited the branch office at that exact moment. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ayato. It's no trouble, really. I think we can make the last train out of Toyama Station if we hurry. What time will you two get into Ueno Station? Tomorrow evening, they said. We'll have to transfer in Nagaoka Station, so that will add some time to the trip. Wonder where that is exactly. Nagaoka Station. Nagaoka Station. Yeah. I'll have to tell Yaginuma to pick them up. He'd probably bitch and moan about being made a gopher, but Masaki was the one who'd have to put up with it, so whatever. Really considerate of you there, Eiji. It was right then that a man, presumably an investigator, emerged from the branch office. He's been tasked with escorting us to Tokyo. Karin picked up her bag, a rather large one that suggested she'd initially planned on staying for a good while longer. Oh, I'll get that. However, Masaki took it for her instead. Thank you very much, Ayato. Well, I suppose this is goodbye for now, Mr. Tokisaka. Yeah, I'm counting on you. And with that, Masaki and Karin got into the police car. Okay, now that that's settled, the police had begun examining the crime scene. Much as I wanted to participate, they wouldn't let that kind of thing slide here, unlike Tokyo. But well, that was just the way it worked. Nothing I could do about that. Nothing but to be patient and wait until they filled me in on their findings anyway. It was then that I noticed a uniformed officer trekking across the snow-laden roads. He clearly wasn't an investigator. What's more, he had a woman in tow. A closer look revealed them to be Officer Takayama and Mariko Hinagami. Like I said, the investigators are requesting another word with you. And as I said, I have nothing to say. Please, ma'am, try not to make this difficult. Poor bastard was probably stuck between the settlement's leaders and his police superiors. The two passed by me and entered the town hall. Well, I'll be damned. Lady Luck's just blessing me with perfect opportunities today, isn't she? Determined not to let the chance slip by, I ran down the way they'd come. After all, I had some questions of my own for him. The Hinagami estate stirred not even in the slightest. Its son and daughter were en route to Tokyo. Their mother was long gone, while their father was away, a bird with work. Their servant was deceased, while the grandmother was being questioned. Meaning the only one left was the sickly grandfather. Pardon me. I slid open the door and stepped inside. Waited until the cats were away to play, What are you, a burglar? A sickly old man's voice greeted me. It was Hideyomi Hinagami. His voice was indomitable, even as he rested in his futon. Yet despite his efforts to hide his weakness from an intruder, he couldn't conceal his frailty. No, I'm looking into Ayato Hinagami and his associates. I decided to be honest. After all, he probably would have been suspicious of me otherwise. Hideyomi nodded. Does he know what's going on, or is he too far gone to understand any of it? Probably the former, by the looks of it. I take it you have questions. As proof, his steely gaze remained trained on me. Well, he sure as hell is gonna be a tough nut to crack, isn't he? Numerous people linked to your grandson have been murdered this past month. Though he's not the culprit, it's obvious that the killings are somehow connected to him. This is the first I've ever heard of such. I couldn't tell whether he was being sincere. Mayu Kamizono, Mizuki Itose, Meguri Takamiya, and Yuka Kirimura. Do these names ring any bells to you? Well, well. That sounded like a yes to me. So you do know them then. They were selected to marry into the Hinagami family. I knew it. So they were Ayato's bridal candidates. Hideyomi shifted his head at my question. The first three were yes, but not Yuka. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Yuka lacked the qualifications. Qualifications? What qualifications? Why, because she was a servant? Yes. Hideyomi nodded after a beat. To me, that seemed less like an affirmation and more of a sure, let's go with that. Which was partially why it seemed too obvious an explanation. I honestly didn't get the impression that social class had anything to do with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated. But then, what other reason would have made Yuka Kirimura ineligible to marry a Hinagami? Did you employ Miss Kirimura's mother as well? A suspicion came to mind, so I continued my inquiries to confirm it. Indeed, she passed when Yuka was still a child, though. Hideyomi sighed. And her father? He died in the war with China. He was a medic who was caught in an explosion, from what I heard. Okay. I had no means of verifying that claim. Thus, all I could do was shelve my suspicion as just a theory for the time being. Now I had more questions than ever, but I needed to press on. Alright then, when was Meguri Takamiya chosen as Ayato's fiancée? Shizuru decided that a while ago. So Shizuru Hinagami really is at the center of all this. That was good to know, but I wanted a more specific time frame. Had it been after Masaki was found, or after Mayu Kamizono and Mizuki Itose were murdered? Who else knows the bridal candidates? Just me and Shizuru. Not even the candidates themselves knew before we told them. You mean their families weren't informed? Of course not. Hideyomi shook his head. By this point, I was convinced the culprit had to be someone with knowledge of Masaki's bridal candidates. It was hard to imagine that 3 out of 4 victims being said candidates was a coincidence after all. Is it possible that the information was leaked? We could debate possibilities all day and still never know. However, it is highly unlikely it would have been, especially to family. It sounded like he'd said that to cover for his family, but exactly why remained a mystery. Are there any other candidates? No, I'd reached the crux of the matter. If they'd picked another candidate after Meguri Takamiya, there was a very good chance she'd be murdered next. I cannot tell you. We cannot afford for there to be any leaks, as I have said. And that means not even the candidate herself knows, right? I'd imagine not. We've sounded them out, but they have not been told the groom would be my grandson. It was possible that I'd have to resort to every means at my disposal to get him to cough up the name. Wait, maybe it's her? I couldn't say for sure, of course. For all I knew, it was totally off the mark, but still. I grow tired. Hideyomi's eyelids drooped. I apologize for disrupting your rest. Better get going. I bowed and got to my feet. I'll most likely return with more questions another time, so... I could buy the farm any day now, so don't blame me if you're too late. Hideyomi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I bowed one last time and left the room. I wonder who her is. I mean, it could be you know, because she was in his circle back then, so it would kind of make sense. She's like a similarly plausible candidate as, you know, Meguri, I suppose. Because other than her, I can't really think of anybody who would fit the bill. I doubt they would go for Nanako, right? Because she was not really a local from the very start, as far as I remember at least. It was already pitch black out by the time I returned to the inn. Moving around the settlement after sunset was a nightmare due to the lack of street lights and the dearth of house lights. And though the snow itself was bright, staying on the roads took a lot out of an outsider such as myself. In other words, I would have probably frozen to death in some field had I been caught in that blizzard the night before. That left no doubt in my mind that Yuka Kirimura's murderer was a local. Then again, that wasn't saying much since Inspector Inui and I were the only outsiders in the village. Speak of the devil. Inspector Inui suddenly emerged from the inn, even though I'd heard he was supposed to be spending the night at the police station. Oh, it's you. There been any updates? I went to him and asked. Basic autopsy is done. The victim died due to blood loss from the incision in her abdomen. Okay. Wait, hold on up a second, please. Wouldn't it be better to take this inside? Perfectly fine right here. No one's around to listen. Okay. Can't you take the hint that a guy's freezing out here? Ugh, forget it. I decided to whip out my notebook and start taking notes. The victim was likely paralyzed by some sort of drug prior to death. We'll have to wait until the official autopsy for details, however. That made sense. There were no signs that she'd been strangled or knocked unconscious, so it would have been nearly impossible to stab her in the abdomen otherwise. Her estimated time of death is between 10 PM and 7 AM. However, judging from yesterday's snowfall, she was likely killed before 3 AM. That gap was a bit too large for my liking, but I imagined it would be all but impossible to get a precise time of death when dealing with a body that had been left outside in the dead of winter. The murder weapon was a large hatchet. We found it in an abandoned house nearby. Wait, you found the murder weapon? We'll have to analyze the blood on it first to be sure, but it's all but guaranteed. Oh, and naturally, we found no fingerprints on it. Well, that's a bummer, huh? No shock there, the killer must have been wearing gloves on such a cold night. That's just about everything we know for now. You didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? His face certainly hadn't hinted he'd been looking for me. The abandoned house I mentioned earlier once belonged to the Sawashiros. So you were here questioning Nanako Sawashiro then? Nanako had stayed here in Nitogata unlike Masaki and Karen. Yeah, she pled ignorance though, naturally. Of course she had. You'd have to be crazy to remember all the junk you'd left in your old house. Try to keep an eye on her. You know, he strutted off, leaving only those words behind. Does he suspect Nanako Sawashiro? I mean, I guess she does fit all the criteria, but... I went inside and rubbed the snow on my shoes. Bleh, I'm freezing. Good thing there's a bath with my name on it. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Nanako came by with a towel in hand. Good evening. So you stayed here, huh? Yes, I'm planning to head back tomorrow, though. Wisps of gloom shrouded her face. I didn't want to be a third wheel to Karen. What do you mean? She really loves her brother, you see, so she's been jumping for joy at the thought of getting to spend time with him again after all these years. Oh, I didn't know. Guess that will make the cop assigned to watch them the third wheel then. Poor guy. Anyway, we're about to take a bath. Yes, now that the inspector's gone. Oh, what did he want? I decided to play dumb. He said the weapon that killed Yuka was found in the remains of my old home. So he asked what I was doing last night. In contrast, she answered honestly. He probably suspects me, doesn't he? That's just his job. I wouldn't take it personally. I know that, I do really, but why would I have killed Yuka? Don't even have a motive. Therein lay the problem. No one, police included, had any idea why the killer had gone after Yuka Kirimura. She wasn't one of the bridal candidates, so I could only imagine she'd gotten mixed up in this whole mess by accident. Was it because she was close to the Hinagamis? Now, if you'll excuse me. Nanako bowed before heading off to the bathhouse. Guess I'll take my turn in there after having a bite. I took a soak in the unoccupied bath after finishing dinner, then returned to my room and popped a smoke between my lips. Time to get my thoughts straight. Okay. So, let's save. First and foremost, the biggest question on my mind was how I was going to handle Yuka Kirimura's murder. It was likely linked to the homicides in Tokyo. However, the investigation proper would be best left to local authorities. It definitely helped that Inui was providing me with updates on said investigation, for the time being anyway. Therefore, it was probably best if I looked at the big picture instead. That, and ensuring there were no more victims, of course. Should I return to Tokyo and question Chizuru Hinagami as soon as possible? Or should I do a little more digging into Lord Hina here in Hitogata first? The latter wouldn't be an easy task though, that was for sure. Not when both the Hinagamis and the Shigusas had exhibited particularly tight lips. Maybe I should go meet with Hideyomi Hinagami again. He turned out to be quite the chatterbox, so there's a chance he'll tell me more. No, forget it. That's too optimistic. Even today, he danced around the most important facts. The face of Lord Hina had been passed down for generations, so I found it hard to believe he'd ever spill his secrets so easily. Thus, I'd probably have to look into it myself in the end. Still, there was something I could say for sure. These women were not killed for worshipping a false Lord Hina, as per the legend. No, that story was just a front for the true reason behind the deaths. For our killer was in fact... yeah, obviously after his bridal candidates, right? Who kills women for kicks? Nah. I doubt it. And that... we've already ruled that out so many times, so that's pretty a no-brainer. So our killer's motives to murder all of Ayato Hinagami's bridal candidates? If that was the case, then I need to figure out the why of it all. The first thing that came to mind was the idea that the murderer didn't want Ayato succeeding the Hinagami family. However, that would cast Ayato Masaki as the prime suspect. He'd made it clear he didn't want to take the reins of the family after all. Thus, I couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he was going around murdering his bridal candidates. On the other hand, there was another suspect for whom the same motive could possibly apply, Karen Hinagami. It was plausible that she was trying to prevent Ayato's marriage so that both the Hinagami family and Hinagami Pharmaceuticals would be hers. But that was simply a theory, seeing as how I didn't know where Karen stood in all of this. Of course, that wasn't to say those two were the only suspects. Take Chizuru Hinagami, for example, he did know all the bridal candidates after all. He also wasn't in the settlement at the moment, which meant that he could move freely under our noses. However, if that was the case, he'd probably need an accomplice in Hitogata. As sparsely populated as the settlement was, he could never go unnoticed amidst all the snow. While I wouldn't have recognized Chizuru Hinagami even if I saw him, Since we'd never met before, it was a different story for the rest of the villagers. Thus, the chances of him being the killer were next to none. Yeah. Agreed. Excuse me. The door slid open, revealing you. Yes, something wrong? I sat up and faced you, casually dropping the cigarette I'd forgotten to light amidst my brainstorming session in the ashtray. I'm here to replace the charcoal in your brazier. You set a basket full of charcoal briquettes next to the brazier, then started loading it like a pro. May I ask you something, Miss Futami? Have you received an offer for an arranged marriage? Huh? That stopped her dead. Your grandmother implied something of the sort, but then she got evasive when I asked about it. I haven't received an offer per se, but my grandmother did mention something to that effect. You set down her tongs and turned to face me. I think she was talking about an arranged marriage, but I've yet to give my answer since I wasn't informed of the groom's identity. Ooh. Odd, you'd think that'd be the first thing they'd tell you. There could only be one explanation. The Hinagamis were behind this. Only they would be so secretive about their marriage proposals. But if this was true, then that meant Yu Futami was qualified. Are they just targeting every single woman in Masaki's age group? This is just a guess, but perhaps the groom is Ayato. What makes you think that, if I may ask? Because this is all very similar to what happened with Meguri. She received a confidential proposal as well. I think you're on the right track. I'll lower my voice a few decibels so no one outside could hear us. Do you have any idea why you were chosen? You cocked her head. Because we were old friends, perhaps? No, that couldn't be it. Otherwise, Mayu Kamizono and Mizuki Itose wouldn't have been selected. Still, no matter how hard I racked my brain, I couldn't come up with any criteria that applied only to the candidates. So, do you plan to accept now that you know it's Ayato? Honestly, I'm not sure. I never felt that way about him. You abruptly hung and shook her head. Still, the Hinagamis have been very good to my family, so I doubt I can refuse. Rejecting such an offer from what was essentially the settlement's equivalent of a noble family would probably be extremely difficult. But given these circumstances, you're worried about damaging your family's reputation, why not just ask them to put the discussion on hold until this case has been solved? Not that any of this was for me to decide, of course. Do you think I'll be killed too? She looked dead into my eyes through her spectacles, afraid but determined. Thus I had no choice but to be brutally honest. Personally, I do think it could make you a target, so you shouldn't say a word about the marriage proposal to anyone. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. But do you have any suspects? I wouldn't be kicking around in the backwater place like this if I did. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your... No, it's alright. It's the truth. She kinda based, that woman. She's very understanding, even for people who, you know, have not grown up in this environment. And, yeah, you know. Just very down to earth, I guess. You smiled. Anyway, much as I hate to admit it, we haven't caught the culprit, nor do we have a solid idea about who they are. So caution is the parent of safety for the time being. Indeed it is. Beg your pardon, but where's your room located? The second floor of the main building, almost right above the front desk. It's a little far from here. Sounds like a difficult place to keep an eye on. My grandmother's in the room next door, so I'll be fine. Just please, be careful. This settlement was full of wooden buildings, so any ruckus would be audible from nearby rooms. Therefore, Yuka Kirimura had most likely been lured outside by someone. I'll be going now. You grabbed the basket and got out to her feet. It will probably be another cold night, so stay warm. Pleasant dreams. She bowed and left the room. Much as I'd love to hit the sack, I'd still got some work to do. Picked up the brazier and hauled it over to the door. Then I left the underquilt of the futon behind, wrapped myself up in the covers, and leaned against the wall by the door. Now I'd be able to hear if anything happened in the hallway. If I was quiet enough, I could probably sense anyone at the inn's front door too. The odds of an attack on Yu Futami today were extremely low. Not merely because Yuka Kirimura was only just killed, but because the murderer shouldn't have had any idea that Yu was a bridal candidate, when even she herself wasn't sure. Still, that was no excuse to let my guard down. After all, there was still a suspect on the loose. All of a sudden, the floorboards in the hallway creaked, with Nanako Sawashiro garbed in a yukata appearing just a few seconds later. I watched as she entered the nearby room. She was one of my suspects. Not only was she in a position to learn of the bridal candidates, but all the murders happened in her relative vicinity too. I lit a cigarette using the fire of the brazier. She said she'll be returning to Tokyo tomorrow. Should I tag along to keep an eye on her? Maybe I could even ask her some questions on the way. Questions that could establish an incentive to kill, of course. Just as Nanako herself had said not too long ago, she had no clear motive. Not for killing the bridal candidates, nor Yuka Kirimura. However, even if she was just a messenger, no. Because she was a messenger, she'd learned the identities of the candidates. In that case, though, she should have had no reason to kill Yuka Kirimura. But wait, what if Yuka's murder was a mistake? I took out my notebook. There I wrote the names Yuka Kirimura and Yu Futami on a blank page. Maybe the killer got the two of them mixed up. I mean, that doesn't seem very likely if they are local, right? How could you get the two mixed up? But oh well, we'll never know, I guess. What the thought was behind that. Dawn had arrived. Ultimately, I ended up dragging the whole futon over the door and spent the whole night watching the hallway. I would have frozen to death had I simply stuck with the covers, after all. Good morning. What possessed you to sleep in the corner? You looked down on me in bewilderment, though given her temperament and profession, I was sure she wasn't mocking me. Nothing happened last night, did it? I got out of the futon. No, thank you for asking. Would you like some breakfast? Yeah, of course, I'd love some. I came across Nanako Sawashiro at the entrance after breakfast. Where are you headed? Oh, I thought I'd say my goodbyes to the Kuroyas since I'm returning to Tokyo and all. You're still planning to leave today, I take it? Yeah. Her face grew downcast yet again. Oh, I have to be back to help the hospital by New Year's, you see. There's a lot of work that needs doing. If you ask me, that sounded like an excuse. Not that I plan to challenge her on it, mind you. Actually, I'm heading back to Tokyo today as well, so what do you say we to making the return trip together? Oh, that would be wonderful. Traveling alone makes me anxious, truth to be told. Nanako smiled. For hope there's a bus to the bottom of the mountain. With that settled, my biggest concern shifted to finding transportation down to Toyama Station. A small issue in the grand scheme of things, but, you know, even that needs to be settled, I suppose. And there you have it. That's why I'm planning to leave around noon today. I went to the police station and informed Inuya of my plans. I'll say. I'll be heading back to the Tokyo with Nanako Sawashiro. Admittedly, part of that's to keep an eye on her. If you figured something out, don't you think you ought to be sharing that information with me? I haven't though. No, yeah, anyway. You suspect her, don't you? As do you, it seems. Not exactly, I just can't prove she's innocent at this point, that's all. But there is enough evidence to cast suspicion on her, such as how she was the first one to find Sachiko Kawase's corpse all those years ago. That must have been when she'd seen Lord Hina. The body was found early in the morning. In addition, the Sawashiro and Kawase residences were far apart, so it's odd that she would have been passing the former at that hour. What did she have to say about that? She claimed she was up late helping her father. Apparently, Mr. Sawashiro had a workshop a few minutes away from the Kawase residence. And did you confirm all that with said father? I did. He admitted he made Nanako help him with work, but I can't imagine it was the kind of job that required being there from dusk till dawn. From what I heard, he was a prospector, but was in such poor health at the time that he could hardly work, if ever. I'd prefer to ask him about that instead of his daughter, but unfortunately he's living in Tokyo. I'll look into that myself, though just so we're clear, I can't guarantee I'll be able to get anything more than second-hand information through his daughter. After all, I barely even knew a thing about her father. I'll take what I can get. Inui handed me a large envelope from a nearby filing cabinet. These are the records of the murders that happened here. You're welcome to take them with you. Are you sure about this? Knock yourself out. Not like any of these cases can be tried anymore. I took the files and an old black and white photo out of the envelope. The latter depicted the now familiar clay doll. This is the clay doll that was found in Sachiko Kawase and Keiko Saizen's abdomens. I'd already surmised as much from the age of the photograph, to the point I hadn't even needed to check the name written on its back. There's another photo in here as well. Is it one of the bodies? It's the corpse of the Jane doe they called Satsuki Shigusa. Though she had no limbs or clay doll, everything else was identical to Yuka Kirimura's body. Was it really, though? According to Masaki, Saya Shigusa had been the one who dismembered Satsuki. Inui probably didn't know that. I felt he ought to, but that would have required explaining how I'd come across said information. Still, I owed Inui for this info, so I had to repay him. Though Masaki would ultimately be the one paying the price in my place. Inspector Inui, I've heard there's this old hut near the edge of Hidari Hina that was once used to make charcoal. Where's this coming from? I bet you'd find something interesting if you dug around there. And what would that be? Beats me, this is just hearsay. Ayato Hinagami told you, didn't he? It's alright through me, yeah? So be it. I'll get someone with nothing better to do to handle that. Officer Takayama, huh? Yeah, that was... we saw that one coming from a mile away, didn't we? His face came to mind immediately, which probably didn't say much about my opinion of him. I waited for the bus out by the branch office. But, in Takayama's defense, I mean, how are you ever going to learn proper police procedures if you're just stationed in the sticks through all your life, right? If a real case approaches you, you'd just be, yeah, a waste of space, really. It's no really other way to put it, unfortunately. Anywho, I waited for the bus out by the branch office. However, it was considerably late. Delays were par for the course in the mountain village in the midst of winter, but still. Should have gotten here an hour ago. Yeah. Wonder if we'll make the train. Should be fine, there's still plenty of time. She said that, yet she'd been doggedly checking her watch for quite some time now. Unfortunately, neither of us could afford to walk away when a bus was capable of showing up at any second. I would have done a bit more investigating if I had known it'd take this long, but there was no point crying over spilled milk. Pardon me, but could you watch my bags, Mr. Tokisaka? Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. Nanako stepped into the branch office, probably to answer nature's call. Couldn't blame her, with the cold and all. In the meantime, I took out the envelope he knew he had given me. This wasn't exactly the sort of thing one could read in public, meaning my only chances to do so were when no one else was around. So it was only once I was positive the coast was clear that I checked the files relating to Sachiko Kawase. As Inoue had explained, Nanako was the first to find the body. The on-site forensic examination was carried out by Inoue and Yuzuru Kuroya. So he examined the body, huh? He'd probably only done a quick once-over of the corpse, while the autopsy proper was carried out by an official medical coroner. A separate sheet with autopsy results signed by a different doctor corroborated that theory. Said report mentioned that Sachiko Kawase may have suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning. Okay. More specifically, it hypothesized that she'd been rendered unconscious with carbon monoxide, leaving her immobilized and vulnerable. Okay, that's weird. We never heard anything of that when we even got it from the murderer POV, right? Didn't we? It would have been easy to obtain too, since all you needed to produce carbon monoxide was to burn something. But did that mean that the killer had used it in the murder then? Personally, I would have bet my money on it. Especially considering the victims in Tokyo had been similarly paralyzed with a muscle relaxant. Anything else suspicious? I flipped through the files until I found a barely legible note scrawled in pencil. Keiko Saizen had not received medical treatment and was in peak medical condition. Okay. The rest of the document was written in pen, meaning this note had clearly been added afterwards. If I had to guess, it was probably Inspector Inoue's handwriting. Curious what it could indicate, I read through the relevant entries. In them I found it written that Sachiko Kawase had undergone infertility treatment, which was postulated to be linked to why her uterus had been torn open and stuffed with that clay doll. Infertility treatment, huh? Should I check if the Tokyo victims were receiving anything similar? Oh wait, no, that wouldn't make sense. They were Ayato Hinagami's bridal candidates. The Hinagamis would never have chosen an infertile woman to marry their successor. Does that mean there was another reason besides that, then? Thank you for watching my sings. It was then that Nanako exited the branch office. I hastily put away the files as she strolled over. So the bus still isn't here, huh? Nanako stared at the entrance of the settlement without taking even the slightest bit of interest in what I'd been up to. Just hope I didn't get into an accident. Is that really a concern? I mean, the driver should be used to these roads, right? That doesn't mean anything. The conditions of these roads change every time it snows, so one wrong move can send you straight off a cliff. Okay, that settles it. I'm never driving around here. Huh? Officer Takayama? Just then I turned around and saw Takayama making a beeline over to us from the police station. Something the matter? Well, the thing is, the bus got stuck in a ditch not too far away from the next settlement over, so it won't be making it here. Well, bummer, huh? Oh no, what do we do? Nanako looked at me. What, did she expect me to whip out some Herculean strands to lift the bus back onto the road or something? No need to worry, Inspector Inoue asked me to drive you to Toyama Station. Well, what a bro, huh? I guess Inoue thinks so little of this guy that he just has been relegated to a chauffeur now. Thanks, that would be a huge help. When one door closes, another one opens, eh? It's good timing too. I only just got my driver's license this summer. Uh-oh. Scratch that. This door needed shutting now. Well, well. I reckon they at least will make it down the mountain alive, but still. The blessed congregations will in all likelihood need a symbol to replace me in the future. A symbol? Indeed. Back in the days of Senri, the man in charge brought his Oracle of Revelations to the forefront. Thanks to that, many still idolize her. But this is the same man who appropriated the organization and discarded its established dogma. To imitate him would be blasphemous. How he went about it was wrong, but the idea was sound. I see what you're getting at, but still, why? Why now after all these years? This is just so sudden. I don't have much time left. Therefore, we need a legitimate successor to take over for me and lead the faithful. I guess these are what were they called again? Keigo and Tsugi and Oribe or something, the two blessed congregation leaders. Now I follow. Then tell me, where is this future Oracle of Revelations you speak of? I've placed her under another's care. I'll tell you more when the time comes. Understood, sir. Huh, interesting, okay. Wonder who that could be. Must be someone we've already met, I assume, but... Sunday, December 29th. And mind you, these are all pieces of information that I already knew at some point, you know. It's just been so long that I forgot, like, 90% of it. I know who is behind the murderers, but, yeah, I'm not gonna say it right now, obviously. Yukari met her friends in front of Musashi Kogane Station and strolled on over to the new Leaf Garden with them. Hey girls, glad you could make it. You're lifesavers, really. Fuyumi was there to greet them. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yukari Tokisaka. I hope we can be of help. Tokisaka? Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a detective for a brother, would you? Well, yes. He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Yukari felt anxiety well up in the pit of her stomach. Oh no, not at all. Fuyumi smiled and shook her head. Anyway, come on in. Oh, but do be quiet. The children are sleeping. Alright, we'll keep that in mind. The group entered the building and found children covered in blankets sleeping on the floor. Wow, there sure are tons of them. There were probably about 10 or so. They finally went to sleep. These rugrats were running wild until just a few minutes ago. It was like a madhouse in here, seriously. You take care of this many children every day, Mom? Nah, today's a special case. New Year's the busiest time of the year, so a lot of moms drop off their kids so they can run errands and whatnot. Anyhow, you all brought a change of clothes, right? Why, yes, but why can't we keep wearing these, if I may ask? Well, you don't want to get those white uniforms dirty, do you? On that note, mind getting changed in that corner over there? Okay. Yukari placed her bag in a corner of the room and changed into a gym outfit. Fuyumi watched over the children in the meantime. Do they all have parents? Kohane asked Fuyumi that question after she finished changing. It's a little bit of a heavy question, I guess, but okay. Most of them, yeah, though we do take care of some orphans as well. Fuyumi gingerly lifted a wide-awake baby out of a cradle. This one in particular is always fussy. He just refuses to go to sleep, and not for a lack of trying on me and my co-worker's part, mind you. Is this baby an orphan? A question crossed Yukari's mind, but Fuyumi hadn't said anything of the sort, so she knew it'd be rude to ask. How old is she? Does she ask something else instead? I think she just turned 1 not too long ago. She was premature from what I heard, so she grows slower than other kids her age. Yukari nodded, though she'd never seen another 1-year-old to compare. Uh-oh, sorry Yukiko, but can you hold her? Another child had woken up and was starting to whine, so Fuyumi handed the baby over to Yukiko. Huh? Though Yukiko didn't drop the baby, she still froze up like an actress with the sudden attack of stage fright. Wouldn't it be stage fright? What did I do? Yukiko swiveled her head back and forth between Yukari and Kohane, the rest of her body stiff as a statue. May I? Yukari reached out when she saw Yukiko panicking. I would probably be panicking too in that situation. She took the baby and tried soothing her the way she'd seen mothers comforting their children in public. Oh, okay. She's a natural at it, apparently. The baby stopped crying, smiled, and grabbed Yukari's finger. Man, she's adorable. You can say that again. Oh wow, that girl's always such a hassle. She never stops crying until she tires herself out and falls asleep. Have you babysit before or something? No, not even on... The baby sucked on her finger. Looks like someone wants milk. She won't be finding any in there. The two friends looked toward Yukiko at the same time for some reason. Huh? With jugs that big, Yukiko might actually have some, don't you think? True, I could definitely see some coming out of if you squeezed them. That's not how it works. Yukiko covered her breasts. What about you, Mom? Yeah, no, I'm dry as well. Seriously, how long do you think it's been since I had a kid? Fuyumi shrugged. Besides, she's already weaning, so she can at least eat gruel and stuff. Huh, really? Yeah, though most 1-year-olds are honestly over this hill by now. It's kind of interesting, we never knew that Fuyumi had a kid. Because, I mean, Yukiko doesn't count, obviously, since she's adopted, right? So what happened to her kid? Was it said? Can't remember, to be honest. Fuyumi procured a baby bottle full of milk. It's at just the right temperature, so give that to her and watch. Like this? Yukari carefully shifted the infant in her arms and placed the bottle in the baby's mouth. Oh, she's drinking from it. And like nobody's business too, much to the girl's surprise. The baby grabbed the bottle with her tiny hands. Wow, she's drinking for dear life. Well, yeah, said life literally depends on it. Okay, Yukiko, now you take this one. Fuyumi handed the child she was carrying to Yukiko. It's so heavy. This one was much bigger than the baby Yukari had. That one's a tough customer, so be careful not to drop him, okay? I know, but the child was flailing about in an attempt to escape Yukiko's grasp. Stop, you'll fall. Hold still. Let me give it a try, Yukiko. Kohane, unable to stand back and watch any longer, took the child from Yukiko. Now, it's okay. Why don't we take a nap, Poor Yukiko. She's just like a deer in headlights. But then again, can't blame her. The floundering child calmed down in response. Wow, I had no idea you were good with children. Practice. Had to do this kind of thing a lot as a kid. Kohane lowered the sleeping child onto a futon on the floor. Hey, I think your kid's conked out too. Yukari glanced at the baby in her arms. He'd spat out the tip of the baby bottle and fallen asleep. Yukari gently wiped the milk off her cheeks. Afterwards, she sat down the bottle and laid the baby back in her crib. Oh. However, the baby was holding tight onto Yukari's finger like a pincer. Yukari tried to pull herself away, but to no avail. Thus, she reluctantly kept holding the little girl's hand. All of a sudden, there was a wail behind Yukari, inciting her to look over her shoulder. What do I do? Yukiko was there panicking, faced with a baby crying in a futon. Oh, that one probably peed. Change the diaper, would you? Fuyumi issued instructions as she carried laundry from across the room. How do I do that? First, take off the diaper it's wearing. I'll go and get a new one. Kohane darted off toward Fuyumi. With that, the flustered Yukiko was left alone with a crying baby and Yukari. Tokisaka. I'm really sorry, but my hands are tied. Almost literally, in fact, since the baby was clutching her finger like the devil. Why don't you try removing that cover for starters? Huh? Oh, okay. Yukiko timidly unfastened the button and removed the cover. Yukiko leaned back the second she took off the diaper. What's wrong? For a moment, Yukari was worried the baby had left a brown surprise instead. It's a boy. Yukiko looked Yukari's way, face flushed as she muttered those words. He'll catch a cold if you leave him like that. But... also, please be sure to wipe him up if anything's wet. Okay. Yukiko nervously pinched the cloth covering the baby's crotch. Here, I've brought a new diaper. Your mother said we can reuse the cover, so as long as it isn't dirty. Kohane came back with a fresh cloth in hand. I don't think it is. Yukiko wiped the baby's crotch with the unsullied part of the old diaper. Let's see, right, with boys I'm supposed to fold it like this. Kohane put the folded diaper on the cover and wrapped it around the baby's bottom. I think this should do the trick. Thank you. Hey, you scratched my back, I scratched yours. Kohane smiled. Yukari looked at the baby in her arms. It had let the finger go at some point. All done, then hand me the dirty diaper here so I can wash it later. Fuyumi came over and tossed the diaper in her laundry basket. Looks like they're all asleep, so why don't you take a little snack break? The girls nodded and all got together at the table away from the children. Your job seems quite a handful. Got that right. Kids never care to give you a moment to breathe. Yet despite her complaints, Fuyumi seemed to enjoy her work. Alright, here, have some cookies. I'll go make coffee. Thanks a bunch. Kohane wasted no time snatching a cookie out of the basket Fuyumi brought out. I must admit, I never expected you to be so good at this, Kohane. Yeah, she never really sounded too enthusiastic about the prospect of doing this, but, I mean, I guess. Yukiko sure did freak out a lot. I'm sorry. Yukiko hung her head. Wait, no, I didn't mean that in a bad way. Don't get me wrong. You were just trying to say she would have been fine so as long as she'd kept her cool, right? Yeah, exactly. Kohane nodded, relieved Yukari had thrown her a lifeline. I know that, but still. Hey, I'm sure anyone would have been shocked to find out they'd stripped a boy naked. It's a baby, okay? Let's not make this weird, lady. Fuyumi brought over some coffee as she poked fun at her daughter. Mom? Yukiko blushed and rose to her feet. What, you've never seen a wiener before? Of course not. Yukiko shook her head and sat back down. It was like a caterpillar, wasn't it? Kohane turned to Yukari. I thought it was more like a bee larva. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, I wouldn't know, sorry. So tell me, girls, what's Yukiko like at school? I mean, pretty much the friggin' same as she is right now, so... Fuyumi served the friends 3 cups of coffee. Yukari locked eyes with Yukiko, unsure what to say. Yukiko clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, but that didn't help Yukari much, unfortunately. Fuyumi was watching too. She's quiet, but has quite a drive for art during club hours. Oh, really now? Fuyumi grinned from ear to ear. Mom! Yukiko got up again and prepared to leave the room. Bathroom's at the end of the hall, by the way. Fuyumi held in a laugh as she watched her daughter flee. You guys sure get along, huh? I don't know about that, actually. You think so? Honestly, I don't know. Fuyumi's voice lost some of its cheer. I mean, I'm still not a real mother at the end of the day. Yukari quietly gasped. It was news to her, though admittedly she had thought Fuyumi looked a little young to be a mother. Oh, you didn't know? Fuyumi grimaced as if realizing she'd screwed up. I did. Sorry, could you not tell her I said that? I'm guessing she wanted to break it to you herself when she was ready. Yes, of course. It's fine by me. Yeah, so apparently, Kohane, they have a past together, but we still don't know what that is exactly. Maybe we'll find out more soon. Still, Yukari was jealous. Though Foster, the two of them were still mother and daughter where it counted. As someone who'd lost her parents too young to really remember them, Yukari wished she could have talked to them the way Yukiko did with Fuyumi. Suddenly, Yukiko returned. You weren't talking behind my back, were you? Relax, we were just having some ordinary chit-chat. Yeah, because nothing is ordinary with you. Yukiko heaved a deep sigh. It was already pitch black out by the time Yukari returned to Kichijoji from the new leaf garden. And yet, the shopping district was still lit up like a Christmas tree, open for its last big sales of the year. Yukari considered buying some ingredients for their New Year's meal. Nowadays, she didn't have to make it anymore. Most places sold the dishes as is. But it was just her and not Eiji, so she'd only have to get enough for 2. Oh wait, I almost forgot about Mr. Masaki. Maybe I should cook for 3 instead? If so, how much will I need? Yukari's eyes fell upon a storefront as those thoughts danced through her mind. It was a bookstore flanked by the booths decorated for New Year's. Stacks of copies of the same book littered them. When Yukari saw what was written on a giant poster in the window, she froze. Her mind ground to a halt. The infamous fugitive author's latest book has hit our shelves. Come read Shin Katsuragi's The Sheep of Purgatorio now. Damn. Shin Katsuragi. He was the culprit behind the killings 2 springs earlier. Yukari had only been told the basic details of the case. But she could never forget that name. Probably not forgive it either. After all, that was the man who'd murdered her best friend and went on the run after kidnapping another. And yet, somehow it appeared he'd gone and written another book. Yukari had read his previous book, much like so many others. Its outlook on the world had been downright baffling and bizarre, devoid of even a single iota of normalcy. As such, Yukari hadn't understood it all that much. She'd mostly just been surprised there was someone who saw the world that way. Morbidly curious, she picked up one of the copies. The leaflet inside simply talked about Shin Katsuragi, saying nothing about the actual book itself. A quick skim through the pages revealed it to be a seemingly ordinary work of fiction. I don't know, nothing seems very ordinary about this guy. And I bet Reiji would be all over it just to see if he could get any hints from it, right? In other words, nothing that even remotely resembles a missive from a fugitive. The book cost 280 yen. Yukari could afford that with her pocket change. Perhaps that Eiji can make something out of this. After thinking it over for a bit, she decided to buy the book. She'd save her New Year's food shopping for tomorrow. Oh, why hello there, Yukari. Big Booba Kyoko is back. Good evening. Yukari set her shopping bags down in a corner where no one would trip over them. Out shopping for New Year's, I take it? Yes, I'd originally planned to go tomorrow, but someone at the shop nearby told me they were having a sale today. Did you hear that from a grocery store around the corner? I did, but how did you know? The old man there is always giving that spiel. He's probably just got some stock he needs to burn through in a hurry. Oh, I had no idea. Still, that likely wouldn't be an issue, considering New Year's dishes tended to have a long shelf line. I'll go whip you up some coffee. Kyoko turned around. Yukari sat at the counter only to notice she wasn't the cafe's only customer a moment later. There was a woman in a suit sitting in the back. Yukari was drawn to her shoulder-length white hair. It's Toji, okay. However, the woman's features were useful, suggesting her hair was not white from age, but rather from birth. I don't have something on my face, do I? The woman cocked her head when she noticed Yukari staring. Oh no, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that. Yukari apologized when she realized what she'd been doing. Oh wow, what a coincidence. Yukari, this is Toji Aoki. She's your brother's colleague from what I've been told. Kyoko introduced a white-haired woman after serving Yukari some coffee. Reiji's colleague? Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I know my brother can be quite a handful, so I'd like to apologize on his behalf. Yukari got off her stool and bowed to Toji. No, he hasn't been that much trouble, believe me. But I'm sure he'll be causing you a good deal more trouble in the future, hence my apology. Man, he wasn't kidding. She really is the ideal sister. I know, right? Kyoko chuckled. Oh no, hardly. Yukari disagreed, but perhaps she only came off as modest. By the way, you're home alone right now, aren't you? Has it been difficult? Not particularly, no. I'm used to Reiji rarely being around. Yukari shot Kyoko a moment's glance. Oh well, no news is good news. Toshi drank her coffee. Say, Miss Aoki, are you familiar with the incidents from 2 springs ago? You can call me Toji. Anyway, you're talking about the murders your brother investigated? Yes. Yukari took out the book she just bought. She wanted to discuss it with someone before Reiji got back. Sheep of Purgatorio. Toji took the book. It was then that Yukari noticed her left sleeve swayed unnaturally. She must be missing an arm. Katsuragi Shin. Wasn't that the culprit's name? Yes, my brother's been looking for him ever since. Along with a girl he'd kidnapped. I know this publisher. Toji raised an eyebrow after checking the book's publication data. Does your brother know about this book, Yukari? I doubt it. I mean, I'm sure he'd be going wild right about now if he did. It wouldn't have surprised Yukari if Reiji abandoned his current case the moment he found out. That was just how obsessed he was with Tokoko Chiki. Yes, I could very well see that. Kyoko sighed. Do you know when he'll be back in Tokyo? No, he hasn't told me. Reiji hadn't mentioned his return plans when he called Yukari the other night. Though he had said he planned to be back before New Year's. Assuming nothing happened anyway. Think it would be best if he didn't hear about it from you. Huh? Well, I mean, you probably couldn't stop him from going on the hunt for this guy, right? Pains me to admit it, but you're probably right. And leave it be, I'll look into this and tell him myself. I agree, that sounds like it'd be the best, it'd be for the best. Kyoko nodded. Oh, don't worry, I'll slog him if it looks like he's gonna pull some dumb shit. Yeah, you go ahead to do that. I'll take her word for that on that as well. Just go easy on him, please. Yukari bowed, sensing this woman had seen far more scraps on the streets than at Eiji. Yeah, she could definitely beat someone up. She actually kind of did in that first game, Katagara. Good game. I keep talking about that, but there's like so many connections between these games, even though the cases are completely different. Doji waited for someone on a road near Ueno Station. She'd contacted the publisher of Shin Katsuragi's latest novel after Yukari Tokisaka had brought it to her attention. Though not a big-shot journalist, her work had still garnered her some sources at said publisher. The one she was meeting hadn't been Shin Katsuragi's direct contact. Still, he'd figured he'd at least have some information on the subject, hence the meeting. While she'd only met this editor a few times, she was sure he'd recognize her in sight. It was just how conspicuous she was. A stout man emerged from the station. Hope I didn't keep you waiting, Miss Aoki. He called out to Toji the moment he spotted her. Sorry to bother you. I know how busy it gets around New Year's. Oh no, it's no trouble at all. I'm already on vacation anyway. That's good, then I'll cut right to the chase. Your company published this book, right? Toji showed him a copy of The Sheep of Purgatorio that she'd bought this morning. Yeah, it caused quite a stir with our staff when we were debating whether to publish it, but the man nervously scanned the area. Why don't we take this elsewhere? Fine by me, my office is nearby, so let's use that. Toji led the way. After you. Toji beckoned the editor into her office. Thank you. Golly, it sure was freezing out there. I've never done well with the cold, personally. Huh, and here I saw it, all that fat would have kept him warm. Guess cold weather affects everyone all the same. So tell me, how was it that your company came to publish this book? Toji urged the man over to the sofa and got straight to the point. Right, well, it all began when we suddenly received the manuscript in an envelope this summer, though mind you, we'd never met or spoken to him before. You hadn't? No, our company doesn't deal in literature, as I'm sure you remember. Indeed, they mostly published news magazines. We were familiar with his crimes because of our focus, naturally, so we knew more about them than what was in the papers. But do you know why he chose your company of all places? Beats me, I'd love to ask him just as much as you. I mean, most people would have sent it to their standard publisher, wouldn't they? Maybe there was some reason he couldn't go to them then. Like, say, perhaps they could have figured out where he was hiding. Where was the manuscript sent from? I think it was postmarked from a local post office. Which one? Well, from one in Iguramachi in Minato. Toji gasped. You mean the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications? The guys in our gossip department claim he's hiding in the Soviet embassy right next door. If you can believe that nonsense. Yeah, no, this isn't a spy thriller. He probably mailed it from there because he knew it'd make it harder for anyone to track him down. Makes you wonder where he could be, though. Hell if I know. Leave that question up to the gumshoes. It wasn't Toji's job in any case. By the way, was there anything special about the manuscript itself? Nope, it was written in pen on a manuscript template, just like any other. You mean it was written by hand? Well, yeah. No one types their manuscripts. I mean, I guess that must have been the case back then. But you know, the man chuckled. Was there a letter or anything included with the manuscript? None. Just a manuscript and a piece of paper that read The Sheep of Purgatorio by Shin Katsuragi. No contract address either, I take it. Right, there weren't even any instructions to publish it in one of our magazines, so we weren't quite sure what to do with it. But anyway, that's how we got our hands on it. Afterwards, we held a meeting and decided to publish it. There were objections, of course, but the fame and fortune it bring won out over them. It was only natural, seeing as how they were a money-making enterprise. Still, the lack of a contact address created another issue. What do you plan to do about royalties? Oh, that one's got our legal department stumped. Without any means of contacting him, we can't send or wire him any of the money. You don't intend to actually pay him, do you? I doubt it. Not when we could be charged for aiding and abetting a fugitive. So Shin Katsuragi did all this without expecting a cent in return. In that case, why had he even bothered sending the manuscript to begin with? To stroke his own ego? To send the message that he was still out there? Toji had never met the Shin Katsuragi, or rather Shinji Mamiya. Therefore, she didn't know what kind of person he was. Perhaps he craves the limelight. That had to have at least been part of the reason he committed such grotesque murders. I mean, the first book he wrote was like a sort of autobiography. Maybe it does contain hints. That would be the most plausible line of thought, I guess. Line of reasoning. Time to wrap this up. I think I'll have more to ask you in the near future, so I'd appreciate it if you could scratch my back again when that day comes. Yes, of course. I'll just show myself out then. The editor left the office. Toji returned to her desk and popped a cigarette between her lips. She dragged on it as she wrote down everything she'd just been told. It wasn't clear where Shin Katsuragi was. However, the fact that he'd mailed his manuscript from within city limits just a few months ago meant he was probably hiding in the vicinity of Tokyo. The MPD was still looking for him, so it was possible someone else had sent it. So that suggested someone was sheltering him. But who'd harbor such a savage killer, the likes of which has rarely been seen? It was at that point that Toji recalled a woman she'd gotten involved with during another case. Though she hadn't exactly been harbored per se, the people around her had safeguarded her and tried to help her back on her feet. Any criminal could have found shelter so as long as they had someone who loved them. But that being said, Toji heard that Shin Katsuragi's father was currently in prison. And it didn't sound like the young serial killer had shown up at the orphanage in Gunma he'd once stayed at either. However, it was possible he was being concealed by some random person he'd happened to bump into one day. Shin Katsuragi was rather easy on the eyes, according to his photos anyway, so it wasn't unthinkable that he'd managed to charm some woman into helping him hide. Not that he was Toji's type though, not in the slightest. I wonder what her type is, to be exact. Because a rough person like her, I mean, she definitely has preferences, of course, but still, hard to imagine, right? Masaki and Karen's train pulled into Ueno Station a few hours behind schedule. Since it had been an express train with no beds, his body ached all over. Masaki took Karen's bags, passed through the gate, and looked around. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, so the shops were alive with their last sales of the year. They had fairly sizable crowds of customers too, though the takoyaki stand was as deserted as ever. Didn't you say there would be someone from the police waiting for us? Karen wrapped her arm around Masaki's shoulder and looked up at him. Perhaps you got bored and left. Our train was rather late after all. That obnoxious police superintendent was nowhere to be found. Masaki didn't mind though. He actually would have preferred if Yaginuma never showed up, but he knew the police officer who'd accompanied them from Toyama wouldn't let them off the hook so easily. I take it you're going to look for him, yes? In that case, would you like me to take our luggage? No, I'll be fine. Though he was carrying both their bags, Masaki wasn't all that heavy anyways, since he hadn't packed that much. Besides, there was something extremely important in there, something that Reiji had entrusted to his care. Thus, he wanted to keep it on hand as much as possible. Why don't we ask that man then? Perhaps he can help. Karen pointed to the dispirited old man behind the takoyaki stall. No, we'd better be off inquiring at the police box near the station. Masaki shook his head, fearing he'd get suckered into buying some of that Happy New Takoyaki the poster in the stall was advertising. Just then. Is that him? Karen pointed toward the police box Masaki had indicated. The bespectacled ruiner of people's days was standing there. That's a way to call him, huh? Shoulders squared as he marched toward the Hinagami twins. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. Can say that again. Tell me, is this a game to you? Do you take me for some layabout who has all the time in the world to await your arrival? It isn't my fault the train ran late. Silence. How do you think I felt having to waste my first day off in eternity out in the blistering cold? If you're going to bitch and moan about it, then for the love of God, take it up with Tokisaka and the J&R instead. Not that Masaki dared to say that out loud, of course. He wasn't inclined to spend New Year's in the coldest cell Yaginuma could find. Thank you for escorting them, officer. We've set you up at an inn in Nippuri, so please feel free to spend the night there. That is, the station that you nowadays can take the express train to, what's it called? To the airport. The officer who accompanied the Hinagamis on the trip bowed in response. Narita Airport. Now with that out of the way, Yaginuma turned back to Masaki once the officer left. Our mutual acquaintance filled me in. So where is it? Right here. Masaki opened his suitcase and handed Yaginuma the bag that had been wrapped in a fresh pair of underwear. Ah, yes, a bag reeking of your sweat. Precisely the late Christmas present I was hoping for. It was Mr. Tokisaka's idea. Leave me out of this. I suppose I ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Let him know that the results won't be in until after New Year's at the earliest. Understood. Normally I would have to detain you now, but sadly our cells are crammed with beer-swilling buffoons who let the holiday spirit get to them. Is he turning a blind eye? But I will arrest you without a moment's notice should the necessity arise, so you need not worry. On second thought, perhaps he's just that cocksure of himself. Hey, Ayato. Karen tugged on Masaki's sleeve. Oh, and who do we have here? Yaginuma turned to Karen as though he'd only just noticed her. My name is Hinagami Karen. I'm his sister. Well, we'll meet at last. Masaki saw Yaginuma's eyes narrow behind his glasses for a moment. We may need to question you regarding the incident that occurred in Hitogata, so I would appreciate it if you could provide me with your contact address. I'm applied at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals Tokyo branch in Yotsuya. You could typically reach me there. Much appreciated. Yaginuma wrote something down in his notebook. With all that said and done, I shall be taking my leave now. Good, nobody wants you around, boy. Yaginuma bowed and strutted over to the subway station. Phew. Masaki sighed. A rather irksome fella, wouldn't you agree? I mean, if even the Karen says that speaks volumes. Karen frowned. He does have a talent for getting under people's skins, that's for certain. Still, Masaki was grateful that Yaginuma hadn't arrested him. So what are your plans after this? To go home and sleep. My body's killing me after that long trip. Yeah, I suppose you make a good point. I'll walk you home though. Where to? Oh, just to Yotsuya Station will do. My apartment is near it, so I can get to it from there myself. Then I suppose we'll have to go back into the station, huh? Masaki turned around to go buy tickets, annoyed that he could have avoided going out into the cold were it not for his business with Yaginuma. Right. I guess Reiji should be arriving now soon as well. Masaki visited Kuchiki Hospital on the morning of New Year's Eve, or rather, when the sun was reaching its apex. A sign reading closed hung from the door. It was a holiday, so that was only natural. There were still hospitalized patients though, so it wasn't like the place was entirely devoid of staff. Besides, Reiji had already called ahead to let them know Masaki would be visiting. Masaki opened the door and stepped inside. It was even quieter than usual, seeing as how there were no outpatients. No one manned the reception desk either. Where could she be? We were supposed to meet at this hospital. Masaki took the film out of his pocket. It was a simple roll where the film was wrapped around a tube, at the center and protected by white paper. Masaki had to return it to Chizuru Kuchiki. That was the duty Reiji assigned him, even though the man could have very easily done it himself. Masaki understood his boss wasn't back in Tokyo yet, but he still didn't see what the rush was. Chizuru Kuchiki. Masaki remembered her. She was Naori's cousin who had come from Tokyo in that winter he'd spent with Satsuki. The fact that she was Naori's cousin also meant she was related to the Hinagamis, but that didn't really click with Masaki considering how distant they were. He didn't even remember talking to her all that much. It felt like his only contact with her had been through Naori, despite them being around the same age. Though perhaps that wasn't too surprising given how things worked in Hitogata. Masaki accidentally dropped the film when he tried putting it back in his pocket. The plastic film rolled across the linoleum floor until it eventually stopped at someone's feet. Oh, I'm sorry. It's her again. It was one of the patients being kept at this hospital. Her name was Michiro Shirosaki, if Masaki's memory served him right. Whatever her name, the girl picked up the film and studied it with her working eye. Excuse me, but could you please give that back? Michiro held out the film as asked. But the moment he took it, the tape holding it together came loose, causing the film to burst open and unravel. Whoa! Masaki couldn't tell if Michiro had been genuinely surprised. Yeah, she sounded just like she was imitating him or something. Not that he was in any state of mind to be pondering that matter, really. He crouched down and frantically rewound the film. Though he didn't know much about film, he'd heard that exposing it to light could ruin the photos on it. What if something important is on there? Like an old photo of Sachan. However, he had trouble with the task, seeing as his left hand still wasn't working right. The self-inflicted wound had yet to fully heal. That made him frustrated and bitter. Michiro crouched down next to Masaki and took the film and rolled. Oh, are you going to help? It hurt just watching you try. Michiro started rewinding the film around the roll, placing the pad with the black resin around the other side. The outer side. No, it goes the other way. Huh? The pad with the white paper goes on the outside. Oops. Michiro tried again. Masaki gave up, figuring the film was now ruined, and instead started contemplating how best to apologize to Chizuru. Done. Michiro finished wrapping the film and handed it back to Masaki. Oh, thanks. Though the damage was probably already done, Masaki thanked her all the same. He knew she'd only had the best of intentions after all. Who are you, Pops? Pops? Holy cow, do I really look that old? Actually, hold on a minute. Does she not remember me? We already met a few weeks ago. I'm just a former patient, that's all. I was staying here not too long ago. Oh. Michiru walked over to a bench in the hallway as though she'd lost all interest in him. She then sat down, turned to Masaki, and tapped to the spot next to her. She wants me to sit with her? Suppose I might as well. It's better than standing around and waiting for Chizuru anyway. Masaki approached her with that thought in mind. But a stuffed rabbit stole the spot she'd been tapping. Okay. She's a weird one, huh? He took a deep breath and sat on the opposite end. Michiru leaned against him immediately after. Nice. What is? What is? You make a perfect pillow. Thanks. Michiru closed her eye as Masaki struggled to determine whether that'd been a compliment. Now he couldn't move at all. Though it wasn't like she was actually sleeping, no one fell asleep that fast, so he technically could have if he wanted to. Still, Masaki would have felt like a jerk about it, so he ultimately stayed there, rooted firmly in place. Oh my. Masaki looked up toward the source of that feminine voice. Kuchiki Chizuru-san. It was the face of the girl who'd stayed at Hitokata so long ago. Yes, you're Ayato Inagami, correct? It's been quite some time. I go by Tomoyuki Masaki now, actually. Yes, I heard as much from Mr. Tokisaka. Anyway, I have something for you. Masaki held a fixed roll of film out to Chizuru. Well, I'm sorry, I actually broke it just now. I doubt that's an issue. This film's so old that the light must have ruined it years ago. It's a possibility. Chizuru smiled. Besides, this film actually went missing shortly after I popped it in, so I don't think it even had any photos on it. Is that right? Masaki felt a weighted lift off his shoulders. Where was this found, incidentally? Mr. Tokisaka would know for sure, but probably at the Kuroya house if I had to guess. I suppose that would be the natural assumption. Well, we already heard earlier that it wasn't actually found at the Kuroya house. Saya had it all that time. Chizuru hung her head ever so slightly. You know, I still have the pictures I took back then at my home. Would you like to come and take a look at them sometime? Oh, are you sure about that? I mean, you wouldn't mind? Yes, I figure remembering faces no longer with us is the least we can do for them, so... Sachan, Guriko. Those two now only existed in photos. I think I'll take you up on that offer, thank you. You're welcome, but we'll have to save that for another time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business with my brother. What kind of business, lady? Chizuru walked away after saying her goodbyes. Mission accomplished. But what am I supposed to do about this sleeping girl? Just humor her for a while. Nanako Sawashiro and I exited Ueno Station, fresh of a night train from Toyama to Tokyo. It's amazing how much warmer it is here, isn't it? No kidding. I used to think this was cold, but I'd gladly take it over Hitogata any day. Maybe I can actually make it through this winter without a heater. On second thought, yeah, not happening. I must be going now. Thank you, and have a happy new year. Same, be careful on your way home. We said our farewells and parted ways. Why don't I stop by Amayoko and get some New Year's decorations or something while I'm here? Then again, Yukari probably bought some ages ago, knowing her. Guess I should call her and ask. I I found a nearby payphone and pumped some coins into it. Hello, you've reached the Tokisaka residence. Yukari? It's me, I just reached Ueno. Really? Welcome back. Thanks. So hey, I was wondering, did you already get us New Year's decorations? Yeah, of course. Figured. By the way, is Masaki there with you? I was planning to make hot pot tonight. No, I should have gone back yesterday. Why are you thinking of inviting him? Yes, it would be sad to have to spend New Year's all alone in that office. Fair point. I was also thinking of having some other friends over too. Would that be alright with you? Are these the same girls from the Christmas party? Yes, though Sato won't be able to make it since she's visiting relatives. Also, we don't want her to get drunk again. Got it. Then I'll bring Masaki along. I doubt it'll take me much time. Alright, thank you. I'll see you later then. Okay, now if I were Masaki, where would I be right now? Probably hunkering down at the office, knowing him. It was with that assumption in mind that I began making my way back to the station. But then, all of a sudden, I spotted Toji in the distance. Hey there, Toji, still working? So you really were on that train. Saw as much. Oh, so you were waiting for me? What for? You're gonna be here about this sooner or later, so I figured it would be best if I broke it to you first. Toshi held out a book after saying that. What's this you've got there? Yeah, it's that book. The Sheep of Purgatorio by Shin Katsuragi. I'd never heard the title before, but at that point, I couldn't have cared less. I frantically flipped through the pages and checked the publication info at the end of the book. First printing January 1st, 1958. There was no mistaking it. It was a new work, alright. How can this be? I was told that the manuscript was mailed to the publisher this summer. This summer? From where? Where the hell is he? Calm down, Tokisaka. Toshi tapped me on the shoulder. I am calm. In fact, I'm so calm that it's scaring me. Just need to know where he is, that's all I'm asking. Calm like hell you are. Toshi snatched the book from me. I knew you'd react like this. Good thing I told you first. Good my ass. Might finally have a lead on him. For God's sake, snap out of it. Toshi pushed me against the wall. Don't threaten me with a good time, lady. Look, I'll be the first to admit I don't know your full story. But that's exactly why I can't look at all this with a clear head. She shot me a glare so it turned so cold it turned my blood to ice. My investigation, so far as I've taken it, that is, has turned up no clues on this Shin Katsuragi's location. So cut it out and get a hold of yourself, will you? Yeah. I finally stopped seeing red. She's right, I have other things on my plate at the moment. Things that need immediate attention. But can you fill me in on what you know? I'll send you everything I've dug up later. Just promise me that you'll finish this case before doing anything else. Believe me, I will. My trip to Toyama proved quite fruitful, so it wouldn't sit right with me to just shelve the whole thing. That much was true. If you say so. Toshi finally released me. But could I ask you to keep looking into it? But could I ask you to keep pushing me against the wall? I'll pay you, of course. That's hard to pass up, but are you sure you get it? Don't worry, all this means is that you'll be doing the legwork for me. Sigh, in that case, you should probably handle the Blessed Congregation investigation in my stead. I've got another job on my hands now, you see. I'll have Masaki look into them. I can't say for sure anymore that they're not linked to this after all. Because of Shigusa Shrine. So you found out about them too, huh? Yeah, we might learn something new via the connection to Lord Hina. Got it. Then I'll compile a report on what I've dug up on Shin Katsuragi and give it to you later. I'm pretty sure it'd go all in one ear and out of the other if we went over it now. True. Much as I hated to admit it, she was right. I'll drop it off when I come to say hi for New Year's. Oh, speaking of. So she suddenly stood at attention like a soldier waiting marching orders. Did you get me the Echizen miso? Crap. You shitting me? Toshi glared at me again. If that last glare turned my blood to ice, this one would have made even Medusa look away in fear. I'm kidding. You said you were good with just a little, right? I hastily dug the miso out of a bag. But I was short on time, so I don't know if you can order it from them. Sorry. I say, thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule for me. She took the miso, her rage immediately subsiding. Am I seeing things, or does she look disappointed? Is not knowing if she can order some really that big of a deal? I'll see you next year then. I'm not sure if I should be wishing you a happy new year though, given the circumstances and all I mean. No, it's fine. Happy New Year. We said our goodbyes and left. I wanted to make the next year a good one. But I knew better than anyone else just how tall of an order that was. Masaki wasn't at the office, so I decided to stop by Kuchiki Hospital next. While the hospital would definitely be closed to outpatients since it was New Year's Eve and all, there would still have to be staff around to watch the inpatients. And Fumiya Kuchiki would likely be there too, seeing as he was the director. Should I tell him about Shin Katsuragi's new book? Or should I wait until I know more about what's going on? Chizuru had asked me not to give her any more updates, but I felt that Fumiya should know there had been a new development in the case. That said, my thoughts were still a jumbled mess, and the trip over hadn't fixed that one bit. Guess all I can do is let nature run its course. I mean, there's not really a reason to go apeshit now anyway, because, let's be honest, the chances are that she's not alive anymore anyways. As Chizuru said correctly, because she was in a critical condition when, when she was kidnapped. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. I bumped into Koharu just as I was about to step inside. Oh, hello there, Dr. Yamanouchi. Are you here to pick up Mr. Masaki? No, wait, huh? He's here? Why, yes, I just saw him with Miss Shirosaki inside. Which meant he'd probably come by to give Chizuru back her film. Is Fumiya in today? I thought it would have looked odd if I asked about Chizuru, so I inquired about Fumiya instead. He was, but left not too long ago with his sister. It took all my willpower not to heave a sigh of relief on the spot. Why, do you have business with him? Oh, no, nothing serious anyway. Guess I'll just take Masaki and go then. Alright. Oh, but do be quiet, please. Koharu placed her index finger to her mouth and left. I took it she didn't want me making any noise in the hospital filled with nothing but inpatients. A reasonable request, really. At any rate, I took a little trek down the hallway within, and quickly discovered why she'd really made that request. He fell asleep as well. Masaki and Michiru were leaning against each other on a bench, sleeping. Had Masaki been the only one conked out, I would have kicked his ass awake. Michiru stirred and opened her eye. Oh. Hey there, morning. Morning. Michiru rubbed her eye and stood up, sending Masaki careening into the bench. Whoa! The nitwit snapped awake. Well, look who's finally up. Huh? Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Sleepyhead. Even Michiro joined in on the roasting. Wait, no, hold on, I can explain. It's fine, you did what I asked, right? So you could have slept the whole day away for all I care. Oh yes, I gave Miss Kuchiki the film. She said it'd probably been damaged beyond repair by the light exposure though. He broke it. Oh, she threw you under the bus. Michiro pointed at Masaki. No, it was you who... Never mind, forget it. So he didn't pin the blame on her? Huh, maybe I should be giving him more credit. I guess it's only natural for film to deteriorate over the course of a decade and change. She told me it went missing shortly after she popped it into her camera, so there was probably nothing on there to begin with. Oh, but she did offer to show the photos she took beforehand. Meaning photos of Hitogata around the time of those incidents? Maybe those could be a lead. So, did you discover anything else after I left? Huh? Oh yeah, but I'll fill you in later. Now wasn't the time or place to discuss that sort of thing. For now, I'd like you to look into the Blessed Congregation after New Year's. Why them? I believe they're connected to Shigusa Shrine in some way. Just sound them out and see what you can learn first. How exactly should I go about doing that? Good question. I'll get back to you on that one. I'd have to wait until Toji's report first. Which meant giving her a call later, of course. But for now, we need to hit the road. Wouldn't exactly be good manners to stand around in the hospital all day after all. You're leaving? Yes, but I'll be back. Happy New Year. Bye. Left the hospital after Michiro saw us off with a wave. Blessed Congregation bought a shrine near Inokashira Park, if my memory serves me right. I doubt you'll turn up anything there, though. I see, thanks. I hung up. Apparently they've got a shrine near Inokashira Park. Look into it tomorrow, will you? Tomorrow? You mean on New Year's? What, don't want to work? No, that wasn't what I was getting at. It's just, won't it be packed with New Year's visitors? Probably. It's also near a residential district, so there'll be more than just Blessed Congregation faithful on site. People who weren't particularly religious tended to simply go to the nearest shrine or temple for their New Year's visit, after all. Is there any way to tell their believers apart? The top clergymen I saw wore white robes, but I don't know if that goes for all of them. But as for their followers, I've got no clue. Meaning I'll have to watch my tongue, huh? Yeah, be on your guard. Just take a look around before you do anything. No good can come from getting impatient for results. Those words were meant for me just as much as Masaki. Impatience wouldn't solve Toku's case any sooner. Or so I kept telling myself so I wouldn't totally lose it. I'm aware, yes. Masaki nodded. Though I didn't find his reassurance very, well, reassuring. I brought Masaki home. Some tiny New Year's decorations garnished the front door. Man, can't believe I ended up running myself ragged even on New Year's. I'm home. Oh hey there, don't mind us. Kohane greeted us in the living room. Good afternoon. Yukiko mumbled her hellos. Good to see you both. Make yourselves at home. I passed through the living room and peeked into the kitchen. Yukari, I'm home. Oh, welcome back. I'm glad to see you safe and sound. Are you making hot pot? Chicken hot pot to be exact. It's cheap to make at the end of the year. Oh, sounds nice. Fill it up with tons of garlic, would you? Absolutely not. We have ladies over today. And? But it tastes so good. In the end, it wouldn't be much a skin on my back, though. Chicken hot pot was still pretty good on its own. I'm going to need a cooking brazier to make it, so could I use your room? Sure, but isn't the place dirty? No, I did some cleaning while you were out. Oh, and please get changed before I start cooking. You got it. I was more than happy to get out of the sweaty clothes I'd been wearing since I'd left Toyama. My room was clean as a whistle, just like Yukari had said. Minus one foreign body sitting on the floor. What are you doing here? Masaki. Well, it just didn't feel like I belonged out there. Then go help Yukari in the kitchen. She'll be starting on the hot pot sooner or later. That's a fair point. Masaki got up and left the room. With him gone, I put my bag down and changed into something comfortable. Unfortunately for my lazy ass, though, I couldn't just leave my dirty laundry around when Yukari was going to be cooking in here. Thus, I dumped it all in the hamper before returning to the living room. Yukiko and Kohane were writing something together. I know about Edgar Allan Poe, but... Well, did you know that one of his poems has a secret message if you read the first letter of each line? Are you talking about acrostic poems? A look at the paper revealed it read, Elizabeth, it is in vain that you say, love not. Thou sayest in so sweet a way, in a vain those words from D or L-E-L. Xanthippus' talents had enforced so well. Ah, if that language from thy heart arise. Breathe it less gently force and veil thine eyes. Endymion, recollect, when Luna tried to cure his love, was cured of all beside, his folly, pride, and passion, for he died. Yukiko and I used to make acrostic poems with codes when we were kids. We did? Yukiko cocked her head. In this poem, it forms the message Elizabeth, as in fellow poet Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, is that right? Masaki entered the room and joined the conversation. Yeah, and it's not just poems either. People have hidden messages and seemingly innocuous sentences for as long as the written word has existed. Wow, you sure do know a lot. He's just a bookworm, that's all. Yukari brought out the hot pot ingredients. Masaki, could you please carry the cooking brazier to my brother's room? Oh yes, certainly. Masaki temporarily retreated to the kitchen before returning with the brazier in question. Deiji, please bring over the sukiyaki pot. It already has sukiyaki stock in it, so do take care not to spill it. Relax, I've got this. It was already dark out by the time we got the hot pot into my room. Deiji, I saw I told you not to spill anything. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting it to be so hot. Guess that's why they call it a hot pot, huh? It turned out the pot was hotter than hell, since Yukari had been heating the sukiyaki stock in it, so I got startled and accidentally spilled a little. The sun had already set by the time I was done cleaning the floor and getting chewed out by Yukari. It all worked out in the end, didn't it? I mean, this is the perfect time for dinner if there ever was one. Hearing this guy try to defend me only served to piss me off. This is sukiyaki. Kohane studied the pot filled only with stock. It's rather similar, I suppose. What you do is first is cook the chicken in the stock. Yukari put chicken in the bubbling pot, stirring it with chopsticks so only its surface cooked. Then once it cooked, you add the vegetables. It's ready after they're nice and simmered. The vegetables are nearly the same ones you use in regular sukiyaki. That would be onions, mushrooms, ground daisies, cognac noodles, and tofu. Mushrooms. Oh, do you not like mushrooms? That girl is so picky with her, with what she can eat and what not. Yukiko frantically shook her head at the question. No, I'll be fine, I think. Sure as heck didn't look that way to me. What about chicken? Can you stomach that? I think so. The chicken finished cooking as they were talking. Yukari subsequently added the vegetables with skills that would make a professional chef blush. Reiji, could you please serve the rice? On it. And please don't flip it. Gee, thanks. If I wasn't nervous before, I sure am now. Fortunately, I managed to carry out the task without incident. I even gave Yukiko a little extra since she didn't look entirely sold on the hot pot. She shot me a humiliated glare. Okay, it should be just about ready now. Yukari said as much after looking at the pot. We each cracked an egg into our bowls. Do you eat this the same way as ordinary sukiyaki? Yes, I even splurged on some silky eggs today. Wasn't that expensive? No, I got them on sale. Apparently they were originally so pricey that they hadn't been selling. Didn't change the fact that old Wallace had probably been left severely injured in the Call of Duty, though. That said, at least the quality matched the price. It's amazing. Can still taste the flavor clearly, even when it's mixed with the stock. You'd better savor that chicken. Man, I never knew there was chicken like this. Me neither. I never imagined it'd be so lean and tender. I glanced at Yukiko while the others were chatting. Ugh. She was staring at a piece of chicken held between her chopsticks, frozen like a marble statue. Come on, try it, it's good. Kohane urged her on, sick of watching. Okay. Yukiko nervously bit off the edge of the meat. How is it? I'm not sure. Well, of course you're not. You only had enough for an ant. Kohane sighed exasperatedly. Have you two been friends a long time? That was the impression I got, at least. I suppose you could say that, yes. Yukiko's response was rather vague, to say the least. Only when we were really little, though. Were you neighbors or something? Yeah, basically. We spend all our time together. I mean, she at least knows, but she's probably uncomfortable saying it in front of her since Yukiko has no clue for whatever reason. Yeah, that sounds right. The ambiguity only sickened. Then again, Kohane had said this was back when they were really little, so maybe they'd forgotten a lot of it. Hey, Yukiko, aren't these onions just so soft? Yes. They're Shimonita onions, so they're on the sweet side. Boy, Yukari really didn't cut any corners, did she? That doesn't tell me anything, to be honest. But apparently they do seem to be expensive. We returned to the living room after finishing dinner and cleaning up. The clock hands were pointing just past 9. Hey, mind if I turn the radio on, brother Tokisaka? Be my guest. Kohane reached for the radio on the shelf and switched it on. She tuned it until we could hear music and singing. Oh, the New Year's singing contest has started already, huh? I heard you're airing it on TV too. Sadly, we didn't have one of those fancy doodads. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Are we expecting more company? Oh. Yukiko made a tiny sound. Something the matter? Yukari turned to Yukiko just as she'd gotten up to answer the door. It might be my mom. She said she'd come pick me up. I see. Yukari, show her in. She must be freezing out there. Yes, right away. Yukari nodded and made for the door. I already knew Yukiko's mother, so I saw no harm in letting her inside. I should be going now. It's already getting late. Yukiko hastily got to her feet and tried to don her coat. Don't worry, he can take you home. I pointed to Masaki. Huh? Me? Yes, you. You don't mind escorting 3 ladies home, do you? Oh, actually, I was planning to spend the night here, or is that not okay? Oh, I didn't know. Sure, that's fine by me. I don't see why you can't just take them home in your car, though. Actually, I considered that, but I don't have any winter tires. The idea of doing rear-wheel driving on a snowy night had me scared shitless, to be truth to be told. Especially with passengers in the back. Alright, just give me a minute. Masaki nodded in resignation. Oh, something smells scrumptious. Those were Fuyumi's first words when she stepped into my home. Oh, we just had some hot pot. I can practically taste it. Couldn't you make it any more obvious that you want some as well? She shot me a look for some reason. Hate to break it to you, but there's nothing left. He ate it all. I pointed to Masaki. Seriously, what do you have against me? Oh, that's a shame. Oh, speaking of, who are you? Fuyumi gestured to Masaki. Oh, I'm just some gigolo. What the? No, I'm not. Masaki vehemently denied my claims. My name is Tomoyuki Masaki. I work as a detective's assistant of sorts, anyway. Fuyumi Kayahara, Yukiko's mother. They bow to one another. No, it isn't much, but here's some tea. Yukari brought out several packets worth of tea. Thanks. Oh, and I want to thank you and Tori. You girls were such a big help yesterday. No problem, it was fun. Kohane smiled. Huh? You guys did something for her? Confused, I turned to Yukari. Yes, we helped out at the nursery Miss Kayahara works for. Didn't she ask me to do the same thing a while back? Seriously, they were real lifesavers. By the way, does Yukari have any experience raising kids? Of course not. Had she forgotten the part where Yukari and her daughter were the same age? Huh, that's funny then. See her taking care of this baby who never warms up to anyone, yet she stopped crying as soon as Yukari held her. Guess it must be because she's good with chores then. I'm not sure that has anything to do with it. Fuyumi smiled wryly. By the way, did my girl eat everything you served tonight? She dialed her voice down a notch as she asked that question. Basically. I get the feeling a little white lie like that'll make her happier. It's a big problem how picky she is. Why, there was a time when she never ate enough. Fuyumi sighed. It just goes to show how much better things are for Japan these days. Got that right. You never could have gotten away with being picky just a decade ago. Fuyumi's face fell. If we were of the same generation, then she must have had first-hand experience of the hell that was life right after World War II. Yeah, that got dark real fast, huh? He chuckled awkwardly. We'd better get home now. Thank you so much for the tea. Masaki will walk you back, isn't that right, Masaki? I elbowed Masaki. Alright. Oh no, that's very kind of you, but I couldn't possibly impose any further. I'm sure we'll be fine on our own. Actually, I need to be getting back myself anyway, so it's fine, really. Masaki got up and grabbed the scope. Well, if you say so. You ready, Yukiko? Yes. See you later, Yukiko. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Goodbye. The three of them left together. A brief silence hung over the living room. So you're staying over, right, Tori? I mean, if it's no trouble, that is. It isn't, don't worry. Yukari smiled. Anyway, I'm thinking it's about time I left you girls alone. Enjoy yourselves. I rose to my feet and retired to my room, leaving those parting words behind. Yeah. I sat on the floor cushion and took a deep breath. Drowsiness hit me like a brick once I relaxed. That was for the best. This way I could forget everything that was currently tormenting me. Reiji, I filled the tub, so please feel free to take a bath. Yukari suddenly poked her head into my room. Huh? Oh, sure, thanks. I got up even though I'd been planning to go straight to bed. If there was any night to cleanse myself, it was New Year's Eve. Reiji. My sister suddenly took a step forward. What is it? She sounded serious, so I gave her my full attention. Well, there was this book that came out. You mean the one by Shin Katsuragi? I heard. I see. Yukari looked relieved. Toji's judgment had been right on the money. I definitely wouldn't have been anywhere near this calm if I'd only found out about it right now. Don't have to worry about it. But I'm fine, I mean it, really. I gave her a gentle tap on the shoulder. Think I'll go take that bath now. Okay. And thus I headed for the bath, leaving Yukari looking even more concerned than she'd already been. I don't know, hopefully we're not gonna get any more nudity right away, just gonna make sure. No, we're skipping straight to the next scene. Right, so you mean you were out visiting your family up until now? I don't know if I'd call them that. I've long since cut ties with them. Masaki and Fuyumi were chatting on the way back. Yuki was silently following them. At some point, Masaki had begun telling Fuyumi about himself. They have a lot of problems, so I wasn't exactly thrilled when he found me after I'd finally started living my life of my own. Masaki left out the past where he'd murdered someone and was now at the center of a series of killings, of course. Still, he wanted someone to vent to. But they let you come back here. Doesn't that mean your family forgave you? I'm not so sure. Honestly, I don't think it's quite that simple. These were the Hinagamis he was talking about, after all. With Masaki as their only potential successor, they probably wouldn't let him slip through their fingers so easily. How was winter out in Toyama? Harsh and snowy. Same as always, really. Well, the snow there does stick until the beginning of spring, after all. It reminds me we actually have a festival there at the start of March, with the stairs to the shrine are constantly covered in snow even then. One wrong step can get you killed. Must be hell for all the elderly people who live there. Suppose, though it isn't much of a festival. My family is really uptight about preserving our religious customs and traditions. Zealots who can't see anything outside their own blind face are pretty scary, huh? Fuyumi's voice was uncharacteristically somber. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. Well, see, thing is, I used to live with people like that once upon a time. But then again, Fuyumi turned around and hugged Yukiko. I never would have met this cutie otherwise, so it was all worth it. Mom? Even Masaki could tell from far away that Yukiko's face was red as a tomato. Don't get me wrong though, I'm not trying to say it was the hand of God or anything that brought her to me. Fuyumi's words had a hint of cynicism to them. If Masaki had to guess, she probably hadn't shared the beliefs of those zealots she'd mentioned. To her, they'd likely been nothing more than pragmatic tools for her survival. Let me go, Mom. Yukiko fled Fuyumi's bear hug. Sheesh, you're embarrassing me. Oh, come on. What do you have to be embarrassed about? Isn't that right, Masaki? If it's approval you're looking for, I'm afraid I can't give you any. They crossed the tracks of the Chuo line that cut across Musashino and proceeded onwards towards Jindaiji. Hey, listen, I'm really sorry you had to walk us so far. Oh no, it's no trouble, really. I was planning to head back to Shinjuku from Musashi Sakai anyway. A J&R station was relatively close by. It was a pleasure meeting you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thanks so much. Goodbye. Happy New Year. Well. Okay. Tokisaka. Oh, is he having dreams of Toko, huh? I heard a voice. Oh yeah, indeed. Long time no see, Tokisaka. Toko. It only took me a second to realize I was dreaming. This was nothing more than a recreation of her voice from those days long past. The fact that this Toko had all of her limbs was proof. Hey, Tokisaka. Yeah? Answered the voice that echoed around me. When are you gonna find me? My breast hitched despite me knowing this was all in my head. You said you were gonna find me, right? Well, I'm right here. Where? Where are you? Right here. In a dark, dark place. The body started breaking apart. Toko's body started breaking apart. Her legs slid off and her arms crumbled to pieces, robbing her of all her limbs. Hurry up and find me, Tokisaka. Toko was fading away. I reached my hand out as far as I could stretch, yet I still failed to reach her. Toko! Toko! Damn, he really is, he's not calm at all, huh? I lurched out of my futon. Seconds later, I clutched my head. It was just a dream. I knew that. I knew that. Yet I couldn't stop shaking. It's been well over a year and a half since Toko had vanished from the hospital. The police and I had done everything in our power to locate her, yet we were no closer to finding her than the day we'd started. These nightmares were nothing new. In fact, I had them every single night last year. They'd shown me some mercy starting this year, but I didn't mean it left entirely. I checked the clock. It was 2:50 a.m. Nearly 3 hours had passed since the start of 1958. Meaning last year was actually 2 years ago, while this year was now last year. I wiped the sweat off my brow. It was frigid as an ice cap outside my covers, yet I was soaked with sweat. Toko. Her name passed through my clenched teeth. That book must have triggered this whole thing. I reached for the copy of The Sheep of Purgatory on my desk. I'd gone out and bought it at the bookstore that was still open on New Year's, right after Toji had filled me in, yet I still hadn't checked it out. Reading it would be pointless. I didn't know why, but my gut told me I likely wouldn't find any clues about Toko's whereabouts in there, even if I did. It was nothing more than a book, after all, a work of fiction. Then again, it might have been a sort of autobiography like The Shell of Shoal. However, others' recreations told me that probably wasn't the case. Reactions, not recreations. Not even the leaflet inside talked about the story itself. It merely emphasized that this was a novel from a fugitive serial killer. In other words, the story itself didn't mean a damn thing. I put the book back on my desk. It was too late to start reading anyway. I rested my head against my pillow, started staring at the ceiling. For the past 2 years, I'd been running around without any clues, like a headless chicken. I took a deep breath. I need to make up my mind. Do I see this serial killing case through to the end, or do I throw it all away to look for Toko. Oh god. Gotta make a decision now, huh? Well, honestly, I think you can actually, in one of the endings, look for Toko, but it's you know, it's probably for the normal ending you would be better off just going after the finishing the job. Let me quickly have a look into the guide, because we don't want to run into a bad end if we pick the wrong thing right now. Finish. Yeah, okay, you can do that. We're gonna keep that save, and we're gonna do finish the job for now anyways. So yeah, let's do that. I can't just abandon the case. I'd look for Toko, but only after I'd seen the Lord Hina serial killing case through to the very end. All I could do was try to draw the curtain on it as soon as possible. Okay, chapter 6. I think we're... I don't know if I would say close to the end, but we're a good bit into the story in any case. If the clues in the guide are anything to go by, we still have quite a few days left, but yeah, we'll see, I guess. She sat alone on a wooden floor. Her head remained bowed the whole time. She dared not move or make a sound. Not after she'd been instructed to keep her mouth closed. They claimed that words led people astray, and that therefore the truths could only be expressed through silence. Not that there had ever been anyone here to speak with anyway. She'd been told this was a ceremony to celebrate New Year's, and yet she saw no signs of that whatsoever. There were no lavish decorations, just a cold floor that generated the chill that permeated the entire room. Suddenly she heard someone approaching, but since her head was lowered, she couldn't see them. Just a blurry reflection moving across the floor. They appeared to be wearing a white robe. She wondered if she should greet them. However, she refrained after remembering her orders. The figure didn't say a word either. All that passed between them was time. So you're... The figure spoke. Her mind struggled to piece together the rest of his unfinished sentence. Show me your face, please. She did as she was asked, raising her upper body. I don't know if this voice is one of the two main guys. It doesn't sound like either Keigo or... What's his face? Oribe. The man before her nodded to himself. She didn't recognize him. The founder is presently occupied conducting a service. Please come back another day to introduce yourself. She had no choice but to agree. Though she'd come all this way just to see him, there wasn't much she could do if he was busy. You may take your leave. She bowed and stood up. Her knees ached from kneeling on the floor for so long. Thus she left the room slowly so he wouldn't notice. I don't know what that was all about, but probably their new oracle or whatever it is. Happy New Year, Reiji. Yukari sat on the floor and silently bowed to me when I entered the living room that morning. Alright, Happy New Year. Let's work to make this year the best we can. Oh, but where's all this coming from? A New Year's resolution. Yukari got up and straightened out the kimono. Live each and every day respectably. I say, good luck with that. That should go for you too, don't you agree? My sister sought affirmation with a smile. I'm good. I always endeavor to do my job as best as I can. I don't intend to interfere with your work, but at least keep your room and office clean, alright? Masaki can take care of that later. Take care of the letter. Good God. Want some New Year's money? Just enough to buy from the some stands. I'm about to visit a shrine with Kohane and Yukiko, you see. Got it. I produced a 100 yen coin out of my wallet and handed it to Yukari. Thank you so much. My wallet had been jingling like crazy since I'd swapped my bills for coins not too long ago. So 100 yen was a small price to pay for some sanity. Well, yeah, no, it's it's a little bit weird, but who is ever worried about his wallet having too much money in it? Surely not me. That's for sure. I visited the Kuchiki residence in Mitaka around noon. Though I didn't want to wish them a happy new year, I had ulterior motives as well. Mitaka is at the end of the I don't know, at the yellow line. I used to take that a lot when I went to and from Japanese school when I lived there, because you know I always got off at Nakano Station, so I had to go to take the yellow line to Shinokubo, or well, just Okubo really, because they have like two stations pretty much right next to each other from different lines. But yeah, close enough anyways. Specifically, I was hoping Chizuru Kuchiki would show me the photos she took back in Hitogata all those years ago. That, plus, regale me with her account of her time spent there. I think that's how you pronounce it, but sure, she hadn't played a part in any of those incidents, but having an outsider's perspective sounded valuable. Even if it was for an old murder I had no direct links to. Happy New Year! I bowed to Chizuru and Fumiya when I entered their living room. Happy New Year, Mr. Tokisaka. I hope this year is a good one for all of us. Standard greetings all around. Sorry if I'm being too forward, but could you please show me the photos? Normally this would have been the part where I made some chit-chat, but I had nothing to discuss with them. Nothing that wouldn't make things incredibly uncomfortable anyway. Especially if it concerned what I'd learned yesterday. Yes, here they are. Chizuru set a small box atop the desk. Thank you. I opened the lid and found numerous old photographs piled within. They were all black and white and had scratches here and there, naturally. It seemed she hadn't done a very good job of preserving them. Though I already surmised as much from the fact that she didn't keep them in an album. I've been getting into photography again recently, so I pulled these out of my closet. Picked up a picture and studied it. It depicted Hitogata's landscape in the winter. The photo was blindingly white due to all the snow, but the mountains looked exactly the same as they had on my visit a few days ago. Likewise, the buildings weren't very different. Nothing had changed in over a decade. Minus the people in the photos themselves, of course. This boy over here is Ayato Hinagami. Chizuru pointed to a boy in a photo. He only somewhat resembled the man I knew. I wondered if I would have even recognized him had I not been interacting with him on a daily basis. And the girl next to him is his sister Karen. Have you two met? Yes, several times. She's working here in Tokyo nowadays, isn't she? I see her at our hospital from time to time. So it seems. For business, I take it. Yes, Hinagami Pharmaceuticals has done business with us since our grandfather's time, so we have good relations with them. I shuffled through the photos until I found one that came across as quite a spectacle, even in black and white. Is this the festival? Yes, I hear they hold it at Chigusa Shrine every March 3rd. The photograph depicted the shrine grounds packed with people and decked out with a modest row of stalls. It was a total world of difference from the deserted plaza I'd seen of mere a few days ago. So this is the night that the curse of Lord Hina struck. There were several other photos of the festival too. One of them showed a girl being dressed up in a cloak by a woman clad in shrine maiden robes. Another depicted Ayato and his friends munching on candied apples in front of a stall. There was even a group photo of them all. Karen Hinagami, Yu Futami, and Meguri Takamiya. Though they were younger, I could still recognize them all. Furthermore, there was a girl in the kimono quietly kneeling next to them. Who's this? That's Satsuki. Didn't see her all that much, but supposedly she passed away after we returned to Tokyo. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, I was just debating in my head whether or not that was before. Because they did leave, right? After one of the murders happened, but that was not Satsuki's murder, that was Sachiko Kawasa's murder. Yes, so I've heard. Oh, and who's this? I pointed to the only other boy in the group. Oh, that's Naori Kuroya, our cousin. So this is what he looks like. Though I'd heard his name, this was the first time I'd actually seen him, albeit in the form of a photograph of his younger self. Heard he's working here in Tokyo. You wouldn't happen to know where, will you? No, I actually tried looking into that after we last talked, but he's apparently not a member of any medical associations, so I'm not sure. What about your father? Didn't you say Yasutada had met with him? According to my father, he visits our hospital nearly a decade ago, so he doesn't know where he lives at the moment. So much for questioning this Naori Kuroya then. Did anything strange happen during the festival? I regarded the Kuchiki siblings carefully as I awaited their answer. Something strange, you say? Well, that night, there was... I know. What I'm asking is if there was anything else that seemed related. Do you remember anything, Chizuru? I'm not sure. It was a very long time ago. Alright then, please let me know if you remember anything. Yes, certainly. Chizuru nodded. Oh, this has nothing to do with your question, but, Chizuru got up and took an envelope off the shelf next to her camera. This is a photo I took at the park last month. Please take it if you would. Inside was a color photo. It depicted Yukari, Kohane, and Yukiko drawing in the park. I took this on a whim with their permission, so I'd appreciate it if you could please get it to them. Alright, I will. May I also borrow these old photos? Yes, you're more than welcome to them. Thank you. I stacked the photos and placed them in my pocket. I might be back with something else at a later date, so I'd appreciate your help if the day comes. Alright. Chizuru nodded somewhat listlessly. Yeah, he's gonna have to tell her about Toko eventually, I would assume. Even if she doesn't want to hear it. I'm sure Fumiya at least wants to have an update. Masaki made his way through the crowds of Inokashira Park. He'd gone to investigate the nearby shrine owned by the Blessed Congregation, only to find the area packed with citizens making their first shrine visit of the year, just as he'd expected. That was only natural, seeing as how a famous Benzaiten shrine was also nearby. Still, Masaki didn't know where to even begin. Just because the Blessed Congregation had bought the shrine the crowd was headed for didn't mean everyone visiting was one of their followers. Barely anyone cared what deity their destination of choice worshipped, be it a shrine or a temple. People were generally apathetic toward religion, and that view hadn't changed over the years. Masaki looked past the crowd to the shrine on the other side. Unsurprisingly, it looked no different from any other one. he'd ever seen. Masaki didn't know a thing about the Blessed Congregation's creed. As such, it was hard for him to spot anything out of the ordinary. If there was something, though, it would probably be a belief in Lord Hina. The founder of the Congregation of the Blessed and Senri, the Blessed Congregation's predecessors, had been Michio Shigusa, a former member of the Shigusas from Hitogata. Thus, Reiji had suggested that Dogma probably shared some things in common. But honestly, Masaki wasn't too familiar with the Shigusa Shrine's dogma. He probably would have been taught it had he stayed in Hitogata, but he'd gone off to war instead. So alas, he only knew about that which he'd been told as a child, Lord Hina. He couldn't imagine the Blessed Congregation had bought some random shrine outside Hitogata and enshrined Lord Hina there, though. Oh? A familiar voice snapped Masaki out of his musings. Happy New Year, Mr. Masaki. Thank you. Happy New Year. It was Yukari. The 2 girls from yesterday were also with her. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Are you here on your first shrine visit of the year too, Mr. Masaki? Well, something like that. He didn't personally follow that custom, but he couldn't very well explain his true reasons. What brings you here, though? Isn't there a larger shrine not too far from your house? Well, Kayahara lives around here, and she said she'd prefer to pray at this place. Masaki knew from last night that Yukiko lived near Musashi Sakai. While that was indeed in the area, it still seemed a little too far away. Hey Yukiko, you finished with your winter break homework? Well, most of it, but not yet. Gonna copy it when you're done? Well, we still got some time, so you shouldn't do it. She's right, Kohane. Yukari threw the stuttering Yukiko a lifeline. Come on, I just figured it'd be good to have some insurance in case I don't finish on time. You're pretty much done too, right, Kari? I won't let you take so much as a peek. Yukari flatly shut Kohane down with a smile. Hey, I have a heart. Just show me the answers to stuff I haven't finished. Exactly how much have you done? I solved the first math problem. I assumed as much. By the way, the answer is free, right? The first question is a factorization problem. Yukari heaved, the mother of all sighs. Why do you want to come to this shrine in particular? Masaki turned to Yukiko. Huh? Well, because my mother told me to. Why, is there anything special about it? He feigned ignorance and kept up the heat. Well, I'm not sure. Yukiko suddenly turned around. Masaki followed suit and found Fuyumi examining a stall. Also, please ask my mother if you're curious. Knowing Fuyumi, it could have very well been that she just came because the place was packed with stalls. Maybe. Oh, you're the gigolo's gigolo, yeah. Fuyumi scrutinized Masaki as if he were a rare animal at the zoo. He had to admit he did feel like he was living a gigolo's life in recent days, though he hadn't the slightest idea where Fuyumi was getting this second gigolo from. No, my name's Masaki. Right. I thought it was something like that. She seemed like a totally different person from the night before. This was more like the Fuyumi Kayahara he'd heard about, at least if Reiji hadn't been messing with him. Want the candied apple? Fuyumi suddenly shoved a glistening red orb into Masaki's face. I'm good, thank you. Shame, they're so sweet and tasty, you know. Fuyumi took a bite out of the candied apple. Please buy some for your daughter and her friends instead. I would, but she doesn't really like sweets, isn't that right? Yeah. What does that woman like, seriously? Yukiko timidly nodded. Hey, Kari, what do you say we get some of that takoyaki they're selling over there? Kohane gestured to another stall. Good idea. Let's go check it out. You're welcome to come along too, Kayara. Huh? Oh, thank you. Yukiko shot Fuyumi a glance before joining her friends. You should go with them. What about you? Fuyumi cocked her head, the candied apple still firmly in her grasp. I need to be going now, actually. There's something I have to take care of. Got it. Got it. Have a happy new year, okay? Why didn't you take the chance to just ask her about the shrine when you already have the opportunity to talk to her one-on-one? Doesn't really make sense, but I mean, who knows, right? Got it. Have a happy new year, okay? Oh, yes, you too. Fuyumi followed Yukiko. Masaki wouldn't have minded joining them, but unfortunately he had work to do. And he had no doubt that Eiji would have a new barrage of verbal abuse in store for him if he abandoned his task, along with an even more degrading nickname than Nitwit to boot. But as much as he wanted to do his job, he didn't even know where to begin. All the people around him appeared to be ordinary citizens with no ties to the blessed congregation. However, Eiji had mentioned that the high-ranked clergymen wore white robes. So then, if the blessed congregation did own this shrine, it stood to reason they'd have at least one such believer around. Masaki went to the top of some nearby stairs and stood on his tiptoes to get a better look at the whole area. White robe, white robe. Oh, found one. Even though he didn't know exactly what it looked like, there was no mistaking it. It was the kind of robe an average Joe would never be caught dead in. That speck of white stood out like a sore thumb in the sea of black and grey coats, meaning there was no way Masaki could lose sight of them. Does he weave his way over to the crowds? Through the crowds? Do I strike up a conversation with them? No, I should probably just observe for now. Remember what Tokisaka said, don't get impatient if you want real results. Simply memorize what they look like and sound them out. Masaki approached the robed figure. He kept his head low, spying on them while taking care not to make eye contact. However... Huh? Rito, is that you? The robed man called out to him first. What? Masaki instinctively looked up and stared at the man. Oh, whoa. Him, huh? He had long black hair and the face of a man who'd seen much in life. Now? Is this really happening? It was indeed Naori Kuroya. Ayato Hinagami's cousin and friend since birth was right there in flesh, garbed in those white robes. I knew it. It is you. Wow, it's been so long. Naori grinned amiably. Despite his bizarre choice of attire, his smile hadn't changed a bit. Now, what's with the robe? Masaki blurted out the first thing that popped into his head. Though he had so many questions for Naori, his appearance was what struck him as most odd at the moment. Oh, it's the official uniform here. Honestly, it gets dirty easily, so I wish they'd gone with something darker. Here, what you mean, this shrine? Well, not exactly. Naori's lips curled into a self-effacing smile. I have an in now. Normally Masaki would have been rejoicing at their reunion. But since he'd been told to keep his cool, his thoughts had turned straight to his mission instead. Sorry, but I'm working right now, so let's continue this tomorrow, say right here at noon. Does that work for you? Huh? Oh yeah, it's fine by me. However, Masaki's door shut just as soon as he'd found it. What sort of work do you do? Right now, well, I'm basically just maintaining the lines. I practice medicine every other day of the year, though. Oh, I see. Masaki nodded, pretending he hadn't noticed how odd that sounded. See you tomorrow, then. Yeah, can't wait to catch up with you. Naori shot Masaki one last smile before the latter left. Now as an acolyte of the blessed congregation, and a high-ranking one at that. I'm almost sure of it. But why, though? Why did he join up with them? What happened to him after he came to the city? Unfortunately, Masaki didn't have enough information on Naori to make an educated guess. Damn, I forgot all about that, to be honest. Very surprising. I left the Kuchiki residence and walked through the park, away from the hustle and bustle surrounding the Benzaiten shrine. The gentle breeze carried the savory scent of food stalls from across the pond. I'm hungry. Yukari had made me some New Year's soup for breakfast, but it hadn't had enough rice. While I assumed 2 servings of that would have been enough, apparently I saw it wrong. That said, it would have been a pain to go check out the stalls on the opposite side of the pond. Thus I headed for the station, figuring I'd stop at Moonworld or something. Huh? Isn't that? I saw a familiar face seated at the top of a bench near the edge of the pond. There was no way I wouldn't recognize her after the 2 of us had spent a whole train ride together just a day ago. Happy New Year, Miss Sawashiro. Huh? Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Happy New Year. Nanako turned to me, a baby in her arms. Is that your? My daughter, yes. Though not by blood. Though unconsciously grabbing Nanako's finger, the baby was out like a log, possibly due to the relatively warm sunlight on an otherwise cold day. I'm infertile, you see. Oh, so she as well, huh? That's interesting. Seems like a theme here. She is infertile, Karen is, and Sachiko Kawase as well. What's the connection of that? The relevance exactly? I don't know, but you know, we'll find out. Now that was a familiar tale. So she's just like Chizuru, huh? Oh, and Chizuru as well. Yeah, I completely forgot about hers. That she's adopted? No, not officially anyway. I'm not even married. Suddenly, the baby's eyes opened ever so slightly. Oh my, look who's awake. Nanako smiled at the baby as she adjusted her grip. Someone still sleepy. She slowly rocked the baby, soothing her all the while. As a result, what looked like a tantrum in the making never came. Are you not fond of children? Nanako's unexpected question snapped me back to my senses. Is that how I come off? Well, yes. I mean, you haven't been saying much. I couldn't deny that. Not exactly. It's more like I just don't know how to act around them. That's all. Just be yourself. Children are quite clever, so they can sense what you're trying to tell them. Okay, is that all? Is that all? Be a clown version of yourself, I always thought was like the right approach to things, I guess. The baby girl looked up at me with curious eyes. What is it? I crouched down and looked her in the eye. The baby reached out to me. Oh, do you want to go to him? Wait, what? I'm not sure that's such a good idea. I don't really know what to do with a baby. I'll be fine, don't worry. Just give it a try. And just like that, she handed the baby over to me. Alright. The baby's weight settled into my arms. It was a lot heavier than I was expecting. The baby beamed at me. My goodness, this is a surprise. She usually doesn't take to people, so I expected her to start crying. And yet you still gave her to me? It's nothing to worry about, really. Crying is just one of the forms of exercises for babies. Guess it does take up a lot of energy, huh? And yet this baby girl just grinned and innocently grabbed my tie. Hey kid, kinda choking here. She hasn't even warmed up to my roommate yet. You have a roommate? Yes, we're not married though. Nanako looked at the baby. He takes good care of her, so I don't think she hates him or anything, but still. The way she spoke seemed to indicate that this baby wasn't her roommate's either. Must be hard to raise a child on top of being a nurse. That's putting it lightly. Still, I'm so happy to have her in my life. Also, I leave her at the nursery when I'm at work. I see. I'm on a night shift today, so I'll have to leave her with them again. Must be rough, huh? Yes, but I can't very well leave her by herself. I was actually just about to go meet her caretaker at the local cafe. Uh-oh, does she mean... It's called Moonworld. Have you ever heard of it? Could say that. It was practically my home away from home. And the place had only one regular who worked in the nursery that I could think of. Well, I need to go there to wish Kyoko a happy new year, so I may as well just bite the bullet. I'll go with you. I'm sure carrying this baby all the way there would be quite a chore. Would you really? Thank you so much. Or you could just tell her, you know, that you know the owner of the cafe. And so I followed her towards Kichijoji Station, dreading what remarks Kyoko would make at my expense this time. Welcome. Huh? Kyoko turned around only to cock her head the moment she saw me. Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year. She stared wide-eyed at the thing in my arms, as if she'd seen an alien walk into her cafe. Justifiable reaction, really. What's with that baby? Just so we're clear, she's simply the daughter of an acquaintance who asked me to hold her from a moment, got it? I'd merely gone on ahead at Nanako's urging after she stopped at a nearby phone booth to make a call. Oh, okay. What did you think she was? Oh, nothing. Not once did the idea that she was yours ever pop into my head. What, you think I can spontaneously make babies out of thin air? Hey, it wouldn't surprise me if you had an illegitimate child or 10. Get real. Thankfully, Nanako chose that moment to show up and put an end to this tried vaudeville routine. Sorry I made you hold her. Oh no, it was no trouble at all, really. I handed the sleeping baby over to Nanako and took off my coat. Oh, so it was Miss Sawashiro's baby. Okay, so she must have been here before, I guess, then. You know her? Of course, she's one of my regulars. Kyoko stared at the sleeping baby with great interest. Something wrong? She must really like you, huh? She cried the second I tried to hold her. Funny, I would have thought you'd be more of a comfortable presence for babies. Particularly in the chest area. Yeah. I'll be sure to serve you some nice hot coffee that will melt a hole in your stomach. Hey, that was meant to be a compliment. Wow, she really is sleeping like a log. Nanako sat on a nearby stool as she held her baby. They say that well-rested children are the ones that grow most. And you must have slept a ton. I'll be sure to serve you some nice bitter coffee that will torch your taste buds. Sheesh, what's Kyoko's problem? Why is she in such a bad mood? Gee, I wonder. It's my fault, isn't it? It's totally my fault. Certainly hope that's true. She hasn't really grown much yet. Honestly. How old is she? Why don't you take a guess? Suddenly the tables would turn on me. Not really familiar with how fast kids grow, but about 6 months, I'd say. Believe it or not, she's over a year old. I mean, the changes are pretty drastically in those first years, I suppose. The average baby her age weighs about 10 kilograms, but she was born premature, so... come to think of it, is that the same baby that Yukari and so on saw at the nursery when they were working there? Must be, right? They said as much anyway. The baby snoozed away in Nanako's arms. I thought all babies were walking and talking by the time they turned 1, but it seems things weren't always quite that simple. Here you go. Some hot, bitter coffee that will torture your taste buds and melt a hole in your stomach. Kyoko brought over some coffee. Also, say goodbye to one of your only sources of income then. That said, it was ordinary coffee from what I could tell, so I wasn't actually worried. And this one is regular coffee. Thank you very much. And again, it never hurt to be careful. Though I usually had black coffee, I wasn't a huge fan of the bitterness particular to his espressos. You don't say it with an X, right? Thus, I brought the sugar bowl over and grabbed the coffee cup. Back when I was still working at the casino, we had this one guy. He would always order espressos, and he would always want to have 3 teaspoons of sugar in it. And you know how friggin' small these cups are, right, for espressos? So it was like a mountain of sugar in that small cup. But he would drink it like every time, so I wonder. Must have tasted horrible, but you can't argue with him, right? Thus I brought the sugar bowl over and grabbed this coffee cup. The handle was warm. I nervously took a sip. What the hell? It's just ordinary coffee. The warmth was just right, and it was no more or less bitter than usual. Of course, I'd never serve a customer liquid death in a cup. A wise decision. Suddenly the door opened. Happy New Year, Hazuki. Oh, Happy New Year, Fuyumi. The culprit turned out to be Fuyumi. Surprise, surprise. Oh hey, I was actually just with your sister. Right, she did say she was going to visit a shrine with your daughter, didn't she? On that note, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And a Happy New Year to you too, Miss Sawashiro. You too. Thank you for everything. We all exchanged New Year's greetings. So, you know this guy, Miss Sawashiro? Fuyumi dramatically pointing at me. What did she think she was, a lawyer? Sort of. We crossed paths at the hospital. And at the village. In the village. Nanako kept things vague, probably determining that the less Fuyumi knew, the better. The hospital? Ah, now I see. Fuyumi gave me a sympathetic tap on the shoulder after her face lit up in comprehension. It's alright, Tokisaka. You can still stand tall even if Mr. Johnson no longer can. What? What made you come to that conclusion anyways? That is not what happened. Wait, seriously? Why the hell was she looking at Kyoko? Don't ask me. Kyoko turned away. Well, she did almost catch the two doing it, so, I mean, maybe that was her conclusion, but it's still a long shot. A mutual acquaintance of ours was in the hospital, that's all. Oh, that's all? It seemed that had convinced Fuyumi. By the way, are you girls planning to stop by the department stores tomorrow for the first sales of the year? Just like that, she changed the topic. Not after working the night shift, no. Fortunately, I'll have my hands full with watching this place. Figured. Ain't that a bite? What are they selling? Western clothes, but you need to get in line the night before if you even want to have a prayer of getting any. Wonder if it's the same in Shinjuku and Ginza. I couldn't keep up with this discussion. I hastily drank my cup with gusto after deciding not to get involved. I feared that I'd be roped into lining up from dusk to dawn if I betrayed even the slightest interest. Hey girls, we've got a certain someone doing a bad job of pretending he isn't even here. Well, asking him to buy clothes for me would be going too far. Couldn't you get him to at least save you a place in line? It's just sad. Oh, welcome. Another customer strolled in. I glanced at them and gasped quietly. Standing there was a man with a white stand-up collar. That's a blessed congregation robe. I'd recognize one anywhere. Nanako? The man called Nanako's name. Oh, Naori. Well, I was wondering when Masaki would break the news to him, but I guess it's no longer necessary. Naori? Is he Naori Kuroya? Took a peek at his face, and lo and behold, he did indeed look like an older version of the boy I'd seen in Chizo's photos. Mr. Tokisaka? Nanako's voice snapped my attention back to her. This is Naori Kuroya. He's that roommate of mine I mentioned earlier. And they're living together too? So you're Mr. Tokisaka, I hear. A pleasure to meet you. I hear you were of great help to Nanako. Naori Kuroya bowed to me. Great help, huh? That wording suggested Nanako had likely told him all about me. I'm Reiji Tokisaka, detective. You're the scion of the Kuroya clinic, aren't you? Thus trying to pretend I was something I wasn't would have been fruitless. Yes, I'm surprised you knew that. Naori grinned. The smile didn't reach his eyes. Didn't go home for the holidays? Fortunately, I didn't have the time. I was bored with work. Work, huh? Oh really? What kind of work do you do? Man, I wasn't even trying to be subtle, was I? I serve as a personal doctor for an organization. Commission only, though. So he claimed, but I couldn't imagine the blessed congregation would simply hand out those robes to some hired help. Are you done with work for the day? Yes, I have tomorrow off. Well, I actually have an old friend coming to visit around noon. You'll be free then, won't you? Oh, yes. Nanako rose to her feet and handed the baby off to Fuyumi. Thank you, I'll come pick her up tomorrow. Don't you worry, she's in good hands. Well, I wonder about that. But I guess she's kinda serious about her work, so probably. She just always comes across as a goofball, that woman. You know. Oh, speaking of which, she actually really took to Mr. Tokisaka earlier. Oh yeah? Huh, I wonder if it's because they're siblings. What do you mean? I wasn't following. Well, get this baby also really took to your sister when she came to help out at the nursery a few days ago. That's so? I hadn't really done anything special to make her like me, though. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Anyway, we really must be going now. If you'll excuse us. The pair left Moonworld. Hey, maybe you and your sister could take care of this little one if it ever gets too busy at the nursery. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Unfortunately, the baby started making a fuss before I could complete that train of thought. You know, with all the recent developments, I'm starting to wonder if, you know, this cutscene we just saw about with the woman visiting the blessed congregation to become their, I guess, oracle or something like that. I wonder if it was Nanako, since you know, she has the connections to the organization and all that through Naori. Hey Tokisaka, use those soothing powers or whatever of yours that won her over. Isn't this what you literally get paid for? Despite my complaints, I rocked the baby to try to calm her down after Fuyumi handed her to me. However, she didn't stop crying. Hazuki, could you get me some room temperature water? Fuyumi took out a package of powdered milk in the meantime. Here you go. You think she's hungry? Babies cry as a means of communication. In fact, they actually cry a little differently when they pee or poop. They do? I unconsciously put some distance between me and the baby. Come on, you've got nothing to worry about. Here, give her this. Fuyumi poured the water and powdered milk into a baby bottle before passing it to me. I'm supposed to put this in her mouth, right? Well, blow me down with a feather. What, you think it was for you? Ha ha ha. Don't see why you'd want that when you've got Hazuki's all to yourself, though. I'd placed a good number of crazy murderers behind bars, but only a handful that made me want to shut them up as much as this woman. Later, the coffee was great. Fuyumi left the cafe with the baby in her arms. And just like that, the whole room went quiet. Phew. Kyoko sighed. You doing okay? Weird, she looks kinda down. Yes, of course. However, she simply nodded as she batted my question away. Then again, she was always the type to keep her pain hidden behind a facade. Yeah, so if you weren't here before, she's like a widow, and I guess she probably has regrets that she doesn't have children of her own, right? Just would make sense. Sure, thanks. Kyoko turned around and started brewing up a cup of joe, but even without having that background knowledge of her being a widow, you probably could guess as much, I suppose.
No.
Hey. Yes, she replied without turning around. Something on your mind? That stopped her dead in her tracks for a second. What makes you say that? Kyoko faced me with a puzzled look on her visage. She was trying to act like nothing was wrong, that I was reading too deep into things, but I wasn't so easily fooled. You know, you can talk to me about anything, right? Yes, but like I said, there's nothing wrong. Really? Really? Here you go. The cup was filled to the brim. To settle it, she was definitely worried about something. Why not take a break from New Year's? I can't do that. Why not? Because they upped the rent on this place. Kyoko finally confessed the truth with a sigh. I've managed to scrape by so far by taking out loans, but I might not need to close shop soon. Well, that would be problematic. She exited the counter and slumped in the stool next to me. I understood her pain. This cafe had been her late husband's, after all. I'm just tired. Kyoko leaned her hand against my head against my shoulder. Hey, Kyoko. Yes. She looked over at me. I knew what I should say, but I couldn't. It wasn't an offer that could be made so spontaneously after all. I can't put this on your shoulders. Kyoko's voice was hushed. I really wouldn't mind though. But I would. I don't know if I could keep standing on my own 2 feet if I did. She took my hand into her own. Why don't you come live with us? Then things wouldn't be so hard on... Okay, I think they're gonna do lewd stuff, so let me quickly cover this up. Because I can't show that, obviously. Suddenly she pinched the back of my hand. Oh, maybe not. Thanks, but I can't. Not yet, anyway. Just give me some time first. Kyoko got up. I'll do all I can, so you'd better go out there and do the same. Yeah, I sure will. I still have to crack this case. Then I'd go find Toko. Otherwise, I'd never be able to rest. Okay, wasn't anything to cover up really, but you know, I'd rather be safe than sorry. I returned to my room after taking my first bath of the new year, only to find New Year's cards stacked on the table. Then again, there weren't a ton, so maybe stacked was an exaggeration. Still, I'd gotten a lot from people I'd been involved with through the work. Only natural, really. Some of them had been addressed to my office in Shinjuku, meaning Masaki or Yukari must have brought them over. Oh, here's one from Uozumi. He'd sent one all the way from his current post. Inside were simply the words Happy New Year in crappy handwriting. Classic Uozumi. And that was literally all there was to it too. No personal message or anything. You do realize they give you all that blank space for a reason, don't you? Suddenly I wondered what he'd sent Kyoko. Knowing him, he'd very likely try to write something personal, only to chicken out in the end. I'll just have to ask Kyoko the next time I see her. Speaking of, there was a card from her too. It had a picture of a dog with a standard New Year's greeting inside. Alright, this is the year of the dog. Totally slipped my mind. Must be because I let Yukari handle all the cards. She'd also written a personal message. Here's to doing our best again this year. That made me feel kind of awkward considering what had happened earlier today. Ultimately, I did my best to forget it and moved on. The next card was from Shugo Takashiro. It had been mailed from Zushi Kanagawa. Inside was a typical Happy New Year, followed by a note so long that he'd written really tiny to fit it all. Things have been really tough now that my daughter's 1 and walking, but you know, hearing her talk and call me daddies just melts my heart, so I stopped reading there before I went into a diabetic coma. Well, at least his wife and kids sound healthy, guess I don't need to worry about them. Her only real problem was the man of the house's profession, probably. However, that wasn't my concern. The next card was also addressed from Takashiro. However, this one had been sent from the Takashiro clinic, meaning Natsume. He must have used a potato stem since it come out backward as yeah new. Furthermore, it seemed she'd cut the corners and not even bothered adding in a happy or anything like that. It terrified me that we had something in common. The next one was from the Kuchikis. The Happy New Year had been written elegantly with a brush. It also came with a message, thank you kindly for all your assistance last year. Pretty run-of-the-mill as far as New Year's cards went. Both Fumiya and Chizuru had signed their names. However, Toko's wasn't anywhere to be found. Obviously. That was only natural, but it still made my heart ache for a moment. I checked the next card. This one had been sent to my office. The sender was Yakinuma. Oh la la. Oh yeah, I guess I never did tell him my home address. The card itself featured a bland design that was likely courtesy of the MPD. Naturally, it contained no personal message. Wait, no witty insults? You off your game, Yaginuma. Whatever. Next. The following card had a name I didn't recognize. The back read, thank you very much for your exceptional patronage last year. But that still didn't ring any bells. Hey, Yukari. I called out to the living room. Yes, what is it? Do you know who this is? Yukari scanned the card in question. No, I'm afraid not. Is it not from someone you're connected with through work? If it was, I would have remembered them. Is the address not any help then? See, that's what's even weirder. I'll take a look. It's the takoyaki guy, of course. Ah, how thoughtful of him, though. All it said was Ueno Station. Maybe it's from someone who works there? Doubt it. I don't even have any acquaintances there. It was kinda creepy, but all I could really do was ignore it. Thanks, Yukari. You're going to bed now, right? Yes, good night. They never leave out the chance to mention that takoyaki guy. Yukari left those words behind as she retired for the night. Guess I'd better hit the hay as well. I put that mysterious New Year's cards from one Daisaku Arata on my desk, then slipped under my covers. Oh, that's his name, huh? Okay. Actually forgot about that. He's just always been the takoyaki guy to me. Okay, 2nd of January. January 2nd, 10 a.m. A school relay race was playing on the radio. From what I could tell, Totsuka had passed Yokohama and taken the lead. Meanwhile, I was stumped over what to do with the mountain of rice cakes before me. Where the heck did all these come from? One of our neighbors brought them over. She said she wanted to brighten our New Year's, since we don't make any. Not to be ungrateful here, but this is way too much for the two of us. I'd gone over several simulations of how to get through them, but they all ended with a ton left uneaten. Yes, well, at least they were free. I couldn't have asked for a better price cake. Wait, did you just make a pun? Nah, I must be hearing things. Grilled rice cakes are good, but I'd like some soy flavor rice cakes too. Oh, with a little extra sugar mixed in, of course. Oh, where did you come from anyway all of a sudden? A real Japanese citizen would want gohei rice cakes. Isn't that broiled miso flavor the best? Sure, whatever you say. So listen, could you stop barging into people's houses unannounced? Besides, these weren't even gohei rice cakes. Sorry, I couldn't help but chime in. Anyway, Happy New Year. Toji Aoki greeted us while completely sweeping her felony under the rug. Yeah, here's to our continued partnership. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for the other day. Yukari bowed. Here, brought you a souvenir. Toji placed a bottle on the table. Oh, is that sake? Yeah. Where there's good miso, there's good rice, and consequently good sake. Well, at least she didn't bring miso Shoujo or something like that. Also, I've done a bit more digging into the case. Do tell. Toji looked dead into my eyes. I'll excuse myself. Yukari vanished into the kitchen, possibly sensing that the mood had changed. Your sister's real good at getting things done, huh? Yeah, to the point that it can actually be too much at times. So anyway, what did you turn up? Unfortunately, the publisher is on a holiday break right now, so I couldn't get much info. I tried checking Iguramachi, the place where the manuscript was sent from, too. What's the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications home turf, isn't it? Yeah, I asked around, but no one remembered seeing Shin Katsuragi. Or maybe that's only natural, seeing as how this was half a year ago. Think he could have gotten the proxy to mail the manuscript for him? That's my best guess, but it wouldn't mean someone's sheltering him. Well, he's a handsome guy. The kind certain women would kill to be with, even. If I remember correctly, at the end of the first game, he was kind of taken up by a woman when he was on the way to visit the orphanage that he was staying at as a kid. And he actually ended up murdering that woman as well. So, you know, normal stuff. Yeah, okay, we read that. Can't speak for them since he's not my type. Yeah, that was what I was asking earlier. Oh, then what is your type? Not you, so keep your shirt on. Look, we're getting off topic. Point is, a woman could definitely be hiding him. But do you have any suspects? No. I shook my head after pondering the question for a moment. It was literally impossible for Toko to be sheltering him. Not when she couldn't so much as eat without someone's help anymore. And believe me, I'm gone through this whole list of acquaintances by now. They all long since cut ties with him. Meaning it would have to be someone not directly linked to the case, huh? It's gonna make things a hell of a lot tougher. Though I doubt anyone would shelter him without knowing who he is. Not sure I agree. You'd be surprised how little people pay attention to news that doesn't concern them. Yeah, point taken. Toji nodded. Besides, we're not even sure he actually wrote that novel. For all we knew, it could have been the work of a plagiarist who decided to ride the hype wave for kicks. Though the novel did resemble The Egg of Neanis from what I'd skimmed. I'm planning to go talk to the publisher next Monday, the 6th, and ask for the original manuscript. Should be able to run a handwriting analysis on it. You mean the publisher didn't already do that? Apparently they didn't have any writing samples of his, since they'd never worked with him before. But I assume the cops confiscated some of those right after he went on the lam. She'd hit the bullseye. The police did indeed have the Shell of Shoal Part 2 manuscript I'd found in his office. Comparing those should at least tell us whether the man himself wrote this one then. Bingo! Oh, also, this is unrelated, but I dug up something while I was investigating another matter. You remember Mizuki Itose, the second victim? Well, turns out her father likely had ties to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. How so? Hideyori Hinagami had told me back in Hitogata that Mizuki Itose had been one of Masaki's bridal candidates. I suspected the connection had something to do with Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, and it turned out I'd been right on the money. My research indicates that Mizuki Itose's father, Satoru Itose, was an employee of Hinagami Pharmaceuticals who passed away from illness back in 1952. Can you give me the full story? Not yet, I can't. I've been sworn to silence. Wayaginuma, huh? Though she didn't respond. However, her silence was all I needed to paint the full picture. Apparently, he doesn't want any leaks regarding Hinagami's family business. I had to guess he wanted to keep Masaki in the dark. Though honestly, I didn't think Masaki was dumb enough to blab. Probably anyway. You have a lot of faith in that guy, huh? He did say I could talk openly about anything that concerns your case, though. So give me a pass this time. Fair enough. I knew painfully well just how hard it was to build trust. Thus I convinced myself that this information wasn't essential to the case for the time being. Yukari peeked out of the kitchen as though she'd sensed our talk had come to an end. Would you like some New Year's soup, Miss Aoki? Yes, I could go for one of those. These rice cakes are really whetting my appetite. Oh, that reminds me. So she suddenly took a bag out of her pocket. This is Kyoto miso. Since the rice cakes are round, I could make some Kyoto-style New Year's soup with it. You'd really do that for us? Thank you so much. I'll need some yams though. That plus radishes and carrots. We have regular sweet potatoes if that works. I wonder if yams are these purple sweet potato things, to be honest. Because I have seen in Okinawa, that's like, you see those a lot, these purple sweet potato things. And I wonder if those are the same. So, you know, you see a lot of products made out of those in Okinawa. Yeah. I haven't really, I didn't get around to trying it, but it looked interesting in any case. We have regular sweet potatoes if that works. The two chattered as they headed into the kitchen. No, Reiji, don't bother questioning why she's going around with miso in her pocket. It'll just end up lamenting the loss of time and brain cells. Even at noon, the shrine grounds were packed with people making their first shrine visit of the year. Men wearing white robes similar to Naori's littered the area. They were probably all members of the blessed congregation. Though they appeared to be serving as security, there was no way of telling for sure. Masaki thought them sketchy, though that was likely his bias talking. After all, it wasn't even like they'd done anything for certain. Well, hey, look who showed. One of the robed men Naori flagged Masaki over once he noticed him. Morning, Arito. Sorry to call you out here. I know it's not exactly an ideal meeting spot. Oh no, I don't mind. It's just, The other robed men were staring at Masaki. Honestly, they were making him uncomfortable. In fact, it almost felt like they were spying on him. Just because they're creepy cult members doesn't mean they're spying on you, okay? And let's take this somewhere else. It won't be my place or anything though. Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Naori started walking away from the flow of people. Where are we heading? To the workplace I'm renting. Oh. You're going directly to the headquarters, huh? The pair boarded the Chuo line at Kichijoji Station and got off at Kunitachi. Then they then made their way out of the northern exit and strolled between paddy fields for a while until a large building came into view. This is where you work? Yeah, it's a religious organization called the Blessed Congregation. I take it you know them? Yes, though I only heard the name. Masaki kept his answer vague. He knew he couldn't let on that he was probing for information. The press was swarming this place last month. Apparently someone working here was murdered, you see. That may have been the case, but it was a completely different story now. There wasn't so much as a soul to be spotted in the vicinity of the Blessed Congregation's headquarters. And with all the doors and windows shut, even the building itself looked positively deserted. Though they probably weren't trying to hide or anything of the sort. Hardly anyone around. That's New Year's for you, huh? Naori chuckled and opened the front door. After you. Though he felt like he was walking into the jaws of death, Masaki nodded and stepped inside. Naori took Masaki to an infirmary of the Blessed Congregation's headquarters. Sorry about the stench. I know antiseptic isn't exactly perfume. Oh, it's fine. I'm used to it from the Kuroya clinic. Oh yeah, that place really reeked to high heaven, didn't it? I remember the smell even reached my room. Naori laughed. He hadn't changed a bit from the Naori that Masaki remembered. Speaking of which, you've already met Nanako, haven't you? Huh? Masaki unconsciously gaped at the abrupt change in subject. You told me you were in the hospital, isn't that right? Yeah. He knows. Which means he probably also knows I'm going by the alias Tomoyuki Masaki. But the question is exactly how much has she told him? Suddenly the door to the infirmary opened. You're here as well? Happy New Year, Ayato. And then, almost as if on cue, Nanako came in carrying a tray with teacups. Nanako, what are you doing here? Masaki was so flabbergasted that he forgot to even give his own New Year's greetings. Now and I just happened to reunite here by pure coincidence. Also, I have leave from Kuchiki Hospital staff until the 4th. Here, have some tea. Coincidence, huh? Right. Yeah, I already voiced my suspicion earlier that this whole business about the Blessed Congregation searching for a new oracle somehow related to her. Although, of course, we didn't see who it was. And they didn't speak either in that cutscene. We had just witnessed how a woman was there for that very reason, and she was sent home. Didn't talk. They just told her, yeah, the founder can't talk to you right now. She served Masaki a piping hot cup of tea. Are you a follower of the Blessed Congregation? No, though I admit, I did almost join them. I'm the one who stopped her. Huh? Why? Because joining the Blessed Congregation wouldn't have done her any good. Though now that I think about it, maybe I shouldn't be saying that within their walls. Whoops. No, they didn't sound the least bit sorry. Does he mean that he's not a believer? No, the Kuroya had never shown all that much interest in religion, so it wouldn't have surprised Masaki. In that case, why are you here? For work. I handle their medical needs. Oh, but you told me it was for the children. Nanako chimed in. The children? Yeah, that's part of it too, I guess. Naori smiled awkwardly before his face morphed into a serious expression. Became a doctor after the war ended. My first job was in pediatrics, performing checkups on malnourished children, that is. No one had money to back then, of course, so people held off on visiting the hospital for as long as they could. And by the time they did, it was too late for most of them. Yeah, seems rough, man. Naori hung his head. I wanted to save the world from that nightmare. Masaki was rendered speechless. Naori's confession could have been interpreted as his reason for joining the blessed congregation. According to Reiji, the doctrine involved bringing hope and salvation to people, which aligned perfectly with Naori's dream. But after the Second World War, the blessed congregation was still censored, right? So it would have... but we don't know exactly when he joined the organization. That could have been later as well, for all we know. According to Reiji... Oh yeah, never mind. Is that why he works here? So tell me, what do you want to know about the blessed congregation? Huh? That question caught Masaki completely off guard. You're working as a detective's assistant now, aren't you? I take it you didn't exactly come here to catch up with me. Nanako must have filled him in. I heard a detective came poking around after that murder last month. You weren't with him, were you? Back then, actually, no. I wouldn't know anything about that. That had probably been Reiji, but Masaki decided to play dumb. Besides, he generally hadn't heard anything about Reiji paying this place a visit. You really haven't changed a bit, Ryito. Naori smiled knowingly. What do you mean? Saying you don't know about that means you know something else that's relevant, right? That's not what I was implying. Masaki broke out into a cold sweat. Let's not beat around the bush here, Ryito. Naori stared at Masaki head on. Just tell me whatever it is you'd like to know. I'm an open book. Why would he be so generous? Is it just because we're old friends? Nah, I seriously doubt that. Also, I still don't know what the blessed congregation is behind the curtain, but this could be a trap. Well, before you ask, I'll be the first to admit I have no idea what the people at the top are thinking. I'm just a hired hand at the end of the day. Oh, I see. Would I even bother asking him anything then? The blessed congregation had a predecessor called Senri, which also had a predecessor known as the Congregation of the Blessed. Are you familiar with its founder? He was a Shigusa, right? From what he'd heard, Michio Shigusa had been Mia and Saya's elder brother, who'd run away from Hitogata and founded the Congregation of the Blessed. Yeah, he had the idea to use Lord Hina to make money by stoking fear through the curse, then performing exorcisms to appease him. You see that kind of fake hero con all the time. Did it actually work? Somewhat. It brought a bunch of people who could only find meaning in life by depending on others together, thereby increasing the religion's might. This went on up until the start of the war. During the war, the Congregation of the Blessed downscaled their activities to avoid catching the authorities' eyes, but it was then that Michio Shigusa lost his way. Though he'd always acted like a tyrant of his own little nation, this time he took it too far, and was promptly ousted after the war. A new founder claimed his throne afterward and changed the Congregation of the Blessed's name to Senri. The incident they caused a few years back is still fresh in my mind. What's the significance of all this? It's you who has to make something out of this, not me. Though I have my own reasons for telling you, of course. Anyway, Senri's founder was known as the Oracle of Revelations. Naori continued. The Blessed Congregation's leaders are those who had little to no involvement with Senri, and yet they're still trying to create the next Oracle of Revelations. What does that entail? The concept is probably similar to Shigusa Shrine's own oracle, if not outright inspired by it. Word is the Blessed Congregation's current representative frequented Hitogata, you see. Satsuki flashed through Masaki's head. Does that mean they worship Lord Hina too? Not that I've heard of, no. Apparently Michio Shigusa simply copied Shigusa Shrine's systems. Okay. Then do they have a curse? They used to. However, neither Senri nor the Blessed Congregation have one, since the former turned themselves into a religion that stoked fear through apocalyptic ideology, while the latter are all but about salvation, so it'd be silly if they did in spite of that. There's no curse? Does that mean the Blessed Congregation really has nothing to do with these murders then? Not necessarily, I'd say, but besides Tokihiro Uribe, the current leader of the Blessed Congregation is a respectable man. He took in the believers who were persecuted due to the Senri incident and gave them new lives. Same. Masaki now had a basic picture of the Blessed Congregation. However, he figured that Reiji had probably already dug up as much as himself. By the way now... Yeah? How long have you and Nanako been together? The question had been eating away at him for quite some time. A little while after she came to Tokyo, I suppose. See, we crossed paths again when she tried joining the Blessed Congregation. It was then that he talked me out of it. But while I'm not a believer, I do still help out a lot around here. Anyway, that's about all I can tell you for now, I think. Thanks now. Whoa, hey, none of that. Done nothing worthy of gratitude, really. Yeah, and I wonder how much that information was really worth. The only thing that Reiji probably didn't know yet was the fact that they are currently looking for a new oracle for what it's worth, I suppose. Naori smiled. That marked the end of the conversation. Masaki stepped outside. It was rather dark out, so they must have been talking for quite some time. Though it had been ages since they last spoke, and Masaki didn't think his cousin had changed all that much. With luck, there was even the chance that he could leverage their old friendship to get more information out of Naori. It was with those thoughts in mind that Masaki decided to drop by Reiji's house the next day to report on his findings. Well, well. That night, after Toji had left. What in God's name are we going to do with all this? Our table was littered with bowls. Each of them was filled with soup, their colors ranging from white to red to black to downright transparent. And it was all miso. What's more, they were all from the New Year's soup. Where the hell are all these different kinds of miso had come from was a question as inexplicable as what had happened to the Mary Celeste. Worst case scenario, we'd somehow ended up with more miso than rice cakes. Say, Yukari. Do you want a drink? Yukari picked up the bottle Toji had brought over. Much as I'd love one, we really need to put all these away, don't we? I gestured to the bowls in front of us. I still can't believe we have this much left over. Indeed, Toji, Yukari and I had quite the feast, yet there was still enough miso left over to feed Hitogata's entire population. That's a interesting way to phrase it. Guess we'll just have to eat it. I picked up the chopsticks I'd left on the table. I'll go simmer the rice cakes then. How many should I use? One for each bowl. That won't exactly help us finish off the rice cakes, though. Don't worry, we'll just eat the leftovers tomorrow. Uh-oh. It's the, murderer POV. My body refused to move. I was rooted to the dead center of the overpass. There was no one else inside. The train howled and passed beneath me. Just then I noticed someone ascending the staircase at the end of the overpass. They were headed right my way. I couldn't make out their face. Primal fear struck my heart, telling me to take a step back. And yet my feet refused to so much as budge. It was almost like I'd been caught in a bear trap. My voice failed to give sound to my cries for help. Not that anything had actually happened to justify doing so. Nothing indicated that this person meant me any harm, yet I desperately tried to run away from them. That thing mustn't be here. That thing needs to stay away from me. They stood behind me. Though they should have been in front of me, it somehow circled around me before I'd even noticed the change in our positions. I tried to turn around, but my head was rusted in place. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here. A hand reached out. Slender fingers entered the edge of my sight. The nail in the pinky was notably longer than the rest. That was a good luck charm that had been all the rage not too long ago. Why, even I tried doing the same thing to fit in. I had recently, when I was in Berlin, shortly after my birthday, I went to a ramen place. And I did order a bowl, but man, that was friggin' expensive. It was okay, so I don't regret going there, but it wasn't that huge of a bowl, and I paid like 15 euros, so yeah, no. Anywho, right, that was about the same lens I grew to myself. I recognize that finger. I addressed the figure behind me in a raspy voice. They said nothing, simply putting their hand on my shoulder. I remember this. This is what happened on that day. All of a sudden, I was pushed against the guardrail. My back bent over it, and I found myself short of breath. A train passed below me. No, stop. I tensed my paralyzed body and tried to fight back to the best of my ability. Train tracks were right beneath me. Riding them was another train fast approaching. Suddenly my body went limp. And just like that, I fell over the guardrail. And landed on the train tracks as casually as diving into a pool from a springboard. I looked up and noticed she was smiling. The rail my head literally sat on was shaking. I have to get away. I have to get away. Blood splattered. My arms, legs, torso, and head all scattered into numerous directions. It didn't hurt. I was literally being torn to pieces, yet all I did was simply look up at the me, standing on the overpass. Thank you. I smiled. Now you too will be part of me. What? I don't know. She either had something to do with that, this is about her backstory, right? Because in her previous school, she had like a close friend, and people are saying that she killed her, but she said it's not true. But now she has this dream where both the victim and the perpetrator of that crime are herself. I don't know, man. Yukiko jolted up in her bed, shivering from the sweat coating her from head to toe. It was just a dream. Yukiko hugged herself, that revelation only bringing her the smallest smidgen of relief. What a terrible nightmare. But that wasn't a dream. It was still dark outside, indicating that dawn was still a ways off. She hadn't dreamed the night before, meaning this had been her first dream of the new year. The chilly room mercilessly robbed the sweaty Yukiko of all her body heat. She shivered again. That wasn't just a dream. Yukiko reached out and picked a notebook and pencil off the desk. She then wrote down exactly what had happened in her dream. While she didn't remember any of it herself, it probably had actually happened for real. Yukiko's memories of the past grew blurrier day after day, including the one of her friend falling off the overpass. Was that dream a memory from back then? If that were the case, then her mind was trying to turn something she'd always denied into something fantastical and meaningless. But as much as she told herself none of it had been true, that didn't stop her from writing it down. I don't remember ever doing something like that. But if this really is a reminder for my memories, then... Well, I mean, she doesn't remember a lot of things, apparently. After waking up, Yukari finally did the laundry she'd been putting off since New Year's and cleaned the kitchen. Then she reheated some dark brown miso soup from the prior night and added a rice cake to serve as breakfast. The radio was playing commentary on the second half of a relay race in the background. It seemed the leader had passed through Hiratsuka and was currently en route to Fujisawa. Yukari herself had never visited the Shonan area. However, she wanted to see Enoshima at least once, though the sea breeze was surely freezing at this time of year. Maybe I'll go with Kohane and Yukiko if I find the time. Her thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell.
Hi.
Who is it? A gust of cold air caressed her cheeks the moment she opened the door. Happy New Year. Masaki bowed his head with white steam emerging as he spoke. Happy New Year, Mr. Masaki. Yukari greeted him in turn. I take it that it was you who cleaned the office after New Year's. I'm really sorry you had to do that. Oh no, it's fine. I was just there to get the New Year's cards people sent there. Masaki basically kept the office clean though, so all she'd really done was take out the garbage. Are you here to have a word with my brother? For the most part, yes. He's still asleep at the moment, unfortunately, but you're welcome to wait for him. Please come on in. Huh, that doesn't sound like him. Did he drink a little too much last night or something? Not exactly. Maybe he was in a food coma after eating all that miso and rice cakes. Yukari smiled drolly and beckoned Masaki into the living room. He really downed that much New Year's soup? Yes, he said he didn't want it going to waste, you see. Speaking of which, please feel free to have some. Yukari promptly served Masaki a bowl of New Year's soup with hacho miso. Thank you. Yeah, we at New Year's, we always have this, thing that we bake in Germany. How is it called again? In English, it's made of yeast and it's formed like a pretzel, but it's like a sweet dessert of sorts. We just call it New Year's pretzel, and it's really good. Let me show you. If maybe I can give you a picture of that. That's what it looks like. Thank you. Masaki reached for the bowl in question. I wish I'd brought you some New Year's snacks while I was at it, though. Oh no, I'd appreciate the sentiment, but I couldn't have possibly imposed. This is delicious. Go ahead and eat all you'd like. There's still plenty more where that came from. No, a single bowl looks filling enough. Thank you so much, though. I knew putting 4 rice cakes into a single bowl was going too far. Yukari lamented her decision as she wondered when Reiji would be up. Masaki set the bowl on the table and used his left hand to hold it down as he ate. For a moment, Yukari wondered why she was eating like that, but quickly realized his arm still hadn't fully healed. Though barely, she could make out a sliver of a bandage around his left wrist beneath his sleeve. Yukari had heard that attempting suicide by slitting the wrists damaged the nerves before the blood vessels, leaving those who survived handicapped temporarily or permanently. Thus, she figured his strength had yet to return to him. However, she was reluctant to actually ask and confirm her suspicions, for she was the one who'd found him that day. And frankly, she didn't see a need to remind him unless he brought it up himself. Besides, he seemed to be living a normal life by this point as Reiji's assistant anyways. Yukari had no idea what the two of them were investigating. In fact, she made it her business not to know. After all, this was their job, not something they simply did for fun. Masaki had probably come to deliver a report related to the investigation, so she'd excuse herself when the time came. She didn't need to concern herself with their work, so long as it wasn't something dangerous, of course. However, she knew that Reiji would never listen to her, no matter how much worry she expressed for him, and so all she could do was pray. Thank you so much, that was quite good. Masaki set down his chopsticks. You're welcome. Would you like seconds? Oh no, I'm full. Couldn't eat another bite. He gave her a content smile. See? Yukari got up and started clearing the table. Huh? Oh, Masaki, it's you. The door to the living room opened, all of a sudden revealing the messy-haired master of the house rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Good morning, Reiji. I guess we're switching perspectives again then, now. Good morning, Mr. Tokisaka. Morning, what brings you here? Seeing Masaki first thing in the morning was not how I'd expect to start my day. Though it was hardly morning, seeing as the clock was bearing down on 11 o'clock fast. I wanted to fill you in on what happened yesterday. Oh yeah? I'll go make some tea. Yukari hastily picked the dirty tableware off the table and entered the kitchen. Make it hot, please. My brain's still foggy. I sat down across from Masaki after giving my order to Yukari. Damn it, I really need to switch my mind of autopilot. Did you investigate the blessed congregation? Yes, Naori Kuroya was at the shrine. Oh, you mean that guy, huh? He was the man who'd left with Nanako Sawashiro after we met at Moonworld the other day. It seemed he really had been a blessed congregation associate, just as his white robe had suggested. You met him? Yeah, I saw him with Nanako Sawashiro yesterday. And I guess you already know everything more or less. Masaki's shoulders sagged. No, just what I could surmise from the fact they were together, like, for example, that Nanako Sawashiro is probably a blessed congregation devotee. Oh, that apparently isn't the case, actually. According to both of them, she almost joined, but Naori talked her out of it. Could have led with that nitwit. I was a bit embarrassed to have been proven wrong over something I'd sounded so sure of. Anyway, if Naori kept her from joining, does that mean he isn't a believer either? He works for them as a doctor, so he's most certainly a part of the organization at least, but religion has never been his thing. You mean he's not the type who can't live without depending on some god? I don't believe so. He always acted as the leader of our group back when we were kids, and he seemed very assured of himself. Those are the kind of people who change drastically after suffering major setbacks in life, though. Perhaps, but he also said he wanted to save children, which I think lines up with the Blessed Congregation's ideology. Either one was possible, but it sounded like he was pretending to be a believer on the surface, at the very least. Though honestly, I had no way of knowing how truthful he'd been. Did he tell you anything else? He mentioned how the organization started as the Congregation of the Blessed before turning into Senri and then the Blessed Congregation. Yeah, I already know most of that. Then did you also know that they're trying to create a new Oracle of Revelations? No, that's news to me. I sat up straight and gave him my undivided attention, and now that it was clear he hadn't just been wasting my time. An acquaintance of mine had told me that the Oracle of Revelations possessed unique powers. Reading memories, for one. Oh? When did he learn that? I can't remember that. Much as I trusted Takashiro, though, the story of his sounded like total baloney, since I hadn't actually seen any of it for myself. Okay, we did kinda hear a part of this conversation with Takashiro, but it was just like kind of a time skip of sorts, so we didn't hear everything. Does this blessed congregation have some sort of witch like that waiting in their wings? I wouldn't know. He didn't say anything to that effect. However, based on how the Congregation of the Blessed was founded, I'm thinking of their Oracle of Revelations could be along the lines of Lord Hina's Oracle, the one from Shigusa Shrine. Does that Oracle traditionally have any psychic powers? Not that I'm aware of. With how shamanism worked, it wouldn't have been unusual for word to have spread that she had some sort of superpower. Especially considering the fact that the curse of Lord Hina was a thing. Hitogata's Oracle probably channeled Lord Hina and decided who was to be cursed. However, that differed from the nature of the Oracle of Revelations. In all probability, Hitogata's Oracle was likely a little more than a pretender who simply had trance-induced delusions or was brainwashed by followers who used those to their advantage, unlike the Oracle of Revelations and her supposed powers. Not like it matters. At the end of the day, their plan to make a new Oracle of Revelations probably doesn't have anything to do with our case after all. Then isn't investigating the Blessed Congregation pointless? Quite a reasonable question. No, it isn't. See, for all we know, they could still be linked to these murders. We'll probably need a little more information on them first to completely rule them out. I suppose we don't know how that Itose plays into this either. Now that one I knew, but I felt like he was better off not knowing just yet. Okay. You have an in with the Blessed Congregation for Naori Kuroya now. It'd be best not to go sticking your nose into them without a plan. Then tell me, what would you have me do? Well, since you asked, I actually do have an important task for you. What's that? I'd like you to get in contact with Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. What? Masaki was rendered speechless. I knew he wouldn't like it, but I saw no other way. Do we have to reach out to them? Next stupid question, please. I pointed to the phone. No, hold on, I don't even know their phone number. Oh, that won't be a problem. I do. But all of a sudden the phone started ringing as if this were some comedy sketch. Is that Hinagami Pharmaceuticals? Hell no, nitwit. I picked up the phone. Hello, you've reached Tokisaka residence. Happy New Year, Tokisaka. Oh, it's Tokisaka. It's Natsume, huh? Takashiro. My ears rang with that blithe and unpleasantly familiar voice. What the hell does that mean? Ain't that the latest and hippest New Year's greeting? For some reason, I felt a migraine coming. Though personally I had no clue what was in or out. Anyway, I got something I want to tell you. So what do you say you pick up your little hiney and get over here? All by yourself. Oh la la. We know how this woman operates, so it's probably gonna mean that they're gonna do it, right? There were limited reasons why she'd make that request, and none of them would end well for me. I'll have to bring Masaki along if it's about the case. Oh, I never knew a ménage à trois was your thing. Don't know if I'll manage it to last, but however, does the thought get me going? It seemed my fears had been perfectly founded. Swell. Simply swell. If all you want is to tell me something, can't you just do it over the phone? Nuh-uh, Buster. I briefly drew my mouse away from the receiver and heaved a weary sigh. Guess I'm going whether I want to or not. Fine. Masaki's coming with me, so no funny business, alright? Yeah, got it. I'll be counting the minutes. What did you mean by funny business? Don't ask me, please. Alright. We're not gonna find out today whether or not she's gonna engage them in a threesome. But from my recollection, no. It's not gonna happen anyways. But yeah, that was a good session. And thankfully, contrary to my expectation, the internet did not cut out today. Because, you know, they were predicting pretty heavy storms here for tonight. But yeah, we made it through until the very end. We'll continue this tomorrow. We're getting closer to the end, although not quite. There's still a bit to go, but we at least we have made reasonably good progress, at least, I'd say. But yeah, in any case, thanks again. And until next time, have a good one and take it easy. Bye-bye.